And welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today, we are back for Guild Wars Tuesday. Once again, visiting the wonderful world of Tyria, where I am currently logged in on my Ranger. Going to hop through the characters real quick, do the daily money-making routine, get that cash, and I noticed my Blish HUD's offline. Why is Blish HUD offline? Hang on just a second. Let me see here. Open this up. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna wake Blish up. He should be awake. Let's see, run this, and yes. And, okay, that should do it. Okay. I have a Blish HUD line attached to my launcher, so anytime I open the game, it should open Blish at the same time, but I guess something went wrong this time. Okay, there we go. He's starting to show up now. Muck, why do you main Ranger? I like pet builds. I like Ranger, how Ranger Downstate has the highest chance of any class in the game to get back up, so it has got a lot of potential to not die. I like support, and there's not a lot of games where you could be a pet build and a support and even a tank all at the same time, but that is something that you can do in this game, and it's fun. I like that they finally on this expansion made a reference of Muck with that nice NPC blocks. One, there was already a reference of me in the game. Two, I don't think it's him. Let's see. Okay. Try this again. Alright, now my Blish buttons are working. Muck challenge today. What? Muck challenge today. If you mean the craft lock challenge, no. I'll be doing other things today besides craft locked. We did craft lock yesterday. I tried the Necro coming back, but I just couldn't stick it. I didn't want to play Enshroud all the time, so I continued my main from my last burnout session as an Asura Ranger. Now I'm a big sword swinging axe slapper. That's a phrase. Hey, as long as you're having fun. If ANET would ever add another profession, any ideas what you'd want to see? An actual bard that's not Troubadour. Like, I feel like Troubadour is just Mesmer, but they put a bard name on it and made floaty instruments, but it plays just like how Mesmer plays, like, already. That's just my opinion. Monk from Guild Wars 1 was very popular. Dervish from Guild Wars 1 is very popular. Both of those, a bunch of people would swarm it. However, I don't think that they're ever going to do that. I honestly don't think they're adding any more base classes to the game. There is currently 3 heavy, 3 light, and 3 medium. So, I don't believe they're going to add any more. Plus, if they add 1 new class, they immediately have to make like 4 new elite specs for it. What skills would be best to change those 2 spirits on this build? Me no like those. I mean, the AoE... So, okay, you want to play this build without the 2 spirits. So, Spirit of Nature is an AoE revive. Entangle is Condi, and this build is Power, so I guess either Strength of the Pack or Force Fortification, if you just like one of those. Storm Spirit does quite a bit of damage, and it also does CC, 400, because... Remember, this trait makes the... No, where is it? This one. This trait makes spirit actions happen twice. So, like, if you do this, it will do the bit CC and the big damage, and then it will do it again. So, if you don't want to use spirits, you change this trait to something else. Take either Strength of the Pack or Force Fortification, and for this one... I don't know. Because this is a CC... It does trigger our Relic of the Claw, which gives us a substantial damage boost, and it on its own, it hits quite hard. And it gives you Fury, but you should already have Fury. So if you want to swap this one out... I mean, that's really the best thing. You could maybe use Exploding Spores. Your positioning is going to be a little stricter. I appreciate your vid on Season of the Dragon. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad it's still helping people. Are you a ranger? I'm currently logged into my ranger, yes. Herald Spear is the only Condi or power build. I believe Herald Spear is just for power. Let's see, Guild Wars 2 Spear. Double check, because I haven't played with that since it's beta. Yeah. Yeah, Herald Spear. Spear Herald is Condi. It's Condi. Wait, what? Hold on a sec. Da 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 da. No, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just checking. Let's see. Abyssal Fire. Abyssal Strike does Torment. Okay. Alright, I stand corrected. Abyssal Blitz and the Mines. Yeah, so there's no Condi damage on the 3. There is a Condi on the 1 and the 2. The 4 has Poison. Okay, I stand corrected. I thought it was a power weapon. Alright. Rev Spear is Condi indeed. Now, it might have some scaling with both, but they're right. There are conditions on it. Let's see. What is this? Hey, Mug, sorry to ask this. I have a question about piles of auric dust. What can you do with it? Because it's getting a lot in mine storage and my bank. What's the best thing to use it for? You can turn it into auric ingots and trade those to some merchants in Heart of Thorns. And it's used for some miscellaneous recipes outside of that. So if you are overflowing with the stuff, you might go to the auric dust wiki page and look at what it can be traded for.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Can It Touch Your Butt?
And see if any of that is stuff you care about. Like, eventually, though, like, you might get to a point where you're just destroying this stuff. Anonymous gifter, thank you. And, the answer is no. The effects on some of the new classes really need to be toned down. I keep getting blinded by bubbles and bird tornadoes. Bubbles and bird tornadoes, yeah, for sure. When they first unveiled what the Gale Shot bow and special effects are going to look like, I said during the unveiling video, I was like, this is going to be ridiculous in a group setting. There's just so much stuff going on here. Ritualist Shroud 3 is also pretty bad. It makes like a big bubbling pool of green that covers the field for a few seconds. And in a world event with a lot of Ritualists, it's like just constant green. What do I do with Mystic Forged stones other than the Mystic Salvage Kit? I have around 200 of them and no clue how to use them. Again, Wiki is your friend. So if I go to the Mystic Forged Stone page on the Wiki, you see it is used for Mystic Salvage Kit. And that is pretty much it. That's pretty much it. You could trade for a Provisioner token from the Scrit guy in Lion's Arch, up to 7 per week. I don't see anything else on here. Hi, Makaicha. Hi, Feathered. Guys, look at me! I'm so curvy! I personally flashbang myself every time I use the 5 spear on my Elementalist. The Luminary, DPS Luminary. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can find this. Because Snowcrows did a video on it. Talking about builds where you blind the whole party. Was this it? I remember it had a funny thumbnail. I can't find it. Hang on a second. I'm gonna search my own web history right now. Luminary. Okay, was this the one? Hold on, I'm gonna see if this is it. So, Luminary has a thing with light aura, where it, like, detonates the light aura and then gives itself a new light aura, and every time it gives itself a new light aura, it detonates the old one. And if this person is running that trait, the end result is just constant flashbangs coming from the character. I'm not sure if this person is running it, though. Oh, well. Anyway, that's another source of constant eye damage on the topic that we were discussing. Hello, MuklukYoutube. Hi, Highbreaker. In my opinion, only magic classes should have effects, and those should be subdued. I don't need yellow sparks when I run. I don't need a cat when I swing my spear. I don't need a cat when I swing my spear. But the cat likes your spear. This is not Craft Wars. That is correct. After programming during last night's stream, I completely ruined my sleep schedule. I left bed 2 hours ago at 2 p.m. Nice. Is there a way to specifically limit spirits, mechs, etc. that are displayed? I'd rather see players. Honestly, that would be good for the game. Turning down character model limit can turn down everything you're seeing. But if you want to turn down just, like, pets and stuff, I don't think there's a setting for that. I welcome correction if that's wrong, though. Was chat kind to you last night on Mutiny Monday? Yo, chat started attacking each other. I had to tell them to calm down. I was like, yo, this is a day for hitting me. What are you doing? It was the best mutiny that's ever mutinied because there was collateral damage. Okay, that's done. Gobbler. It was alright. We tried Megabonk with crowd control, and we tried... What was the other one? Ball X Pit with Twitch integration. And afterward, I asked chat what they thought about it. Did they think they were winners or not? And most of them liked the latter. They liked the Ball X Pit integration, but they didn't really care for the Megabonk one. Okay. Alright, so now... the parked alts. Are we doing Craftlock or I Tried today? Today, my plan is to do an I Tried. I don't know what class yet. I'll figure that out. And then my plan is to try some of the builds on the LI Builds webpage and see if they still work in this X pack, and then update the pinned comments for those videos. So I want to try more supports. So the ones I haven't tried are, I think, Troubadour, Luminary, and Paragon. I think all the other supports I've tried. Well, I tried. Let me say. I tried Amalgam. I tried Ritualist. I tried Evoker. Those three I've tried. 2 of those are still in the Nox box. And then... thinking of the others right now. Does Conduit have a Heal Boon build? And Antiquary does not. And... what's left? Who am I forgetting? Gale Shot does not. Yeah, so Luminary, Troubadour, Paragon, and then if Conduit has one. I read a comment on a YouTube video of some guy, it was someone's theory for PTM's, real name being Prototype Time Machine or something like that. I think that'd be a really cool turnout. PTM. Eh? Oh, you're welcome, Bluebell. Found the Snowcrow's person with the blinding luminary thumbnail. Dude, these thumbnails. 10 years at MS Paint. Yeah, when there's a luminary in your group. Hold on. Dude, there are moments there where it's like, where's the character? This is just like a ball of light. Yeah. Don't think Condor does a heal build yet. Alright. So of the new characters, then it sounds like there's 6 new support builds in PvE, and it sounds like I've tried 3 of them.
You must prove your strength to Ox by becoming the Ox. I can transform you for a short time.
Monkey, you ever get an ETA on your Mukluk flashbang emote? Yo, I try to be a very understanding person when life happens. For example, there's a sponsored stream that that I did for a company, and they are overdue a few weeks for paying me for it. And I'm like, they're like, oh, we're so sorry. They told me why, and I'm like, all right, I'll give you guys a little bit of an extension. But yeah, like I try to be very understanding. You know, life happens. That emote, I thought I would have it in like a week, and it's been over 2 months. And it's the emote artist that I used for the last like 10 emotes. And I'm like, I messaged them after like 1 month. I'm like, yo, what is going on? And like, I'm so sorry, this happened and this happened and this happened. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I was like, look, I don't mind, you know, having to deal with delays. Just keep me informed so I don't think you just forgot about me, you know? And they're like, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. And then another month passes.
Mukluk bobble, mukluk
and I'm
bobble,
like, bro.
mukluk bobble.
So, yeah, waiting on that. Waiting on that. They have started it. They've shown me pictures. It's not done yet. They actually said that they wanted to make an additional thing for me for being really patient. I'm like, okay, that's great. I love free stuff, but I just right now I just want the emote I paid for 2 months ago. But it's the kind of thing I'm like, look, like, what, you know, if you had knocked this one out, like, immediately, I might have, like, had you do 2 or 3 more by now. But if your life does not allow for, your job, should I be going to somebody else? So, maybe they got mega bonking. 2 months of mega bonk. Alright. That was done. Oh, I got a message from Noxxi. What's this? Hang on. Taking notes of where I should be parking my alts. I mean, there's not really a right and wrong answer, but right now I've got 2 characters on each of the 2 maps in the new expansion. That way I am getting the, what the heck? It just like went right through it. There we go. Alright, so these currencies, like the chromatic saps, I'm getting some of these each day lazily from characters parked at the mirror puzzles. So I've got 2 characters at each of the new maps of the mirror puzzles. And then all of the ones, you know, in the past from my older videos, I still have in their spots. There we go. First half spear. Yeah, basically. I'm not positive if I'm gonna make them, but this way I have the option. Plus, they do generate a lot of unidentified gear, too, so it is profitable spot. It is a profitable spot, even if I don't end up using those currencies. Alright, let me go get rid of a few things here. Where are those spots? Those spots are where the mirrors are in the 2 new zones. If you do all the chests, you get 100 chroma saps and 100 frags daily. Yeah, but I hate doing that. I did that for the rebreather. I don't want to do that again. Alright, rugged leather sections. Evening, beautiful people. Sup, Amza? Oh, wow. Almost 4 gold per stack of this. Alright, copper is overflowing. Muck, what do you tank when the next 2 more maps are here? Do you tank the extend the story then? What? What? That's probably supposed to say think. What do you think when the next 2 more maps are here? Do you think the extend the story then? Do you mean extend? I mean, okay, so we know at the 3-month update that they're not adding more story in that patch, but at the 6-month and the 9-month update they are. So we know 6 months from launch and 9 months from launch we're getting the rest of the story. If that's what you're asking. If that's not what you're asking, then try again. Okay. Got rid of that. Obsidian. How much did that do? Oh, almost 2,000. Fast translate win next maps. This is the release schedule. Here's launch. Here's update 1. Here's update 2. This is at 6 months. Story continues. Map 3. Update 3. Story continues. Map 4. That's the release schedule. Why don't you integrate Twitch chat with YouTube chat? I have tried a few ways of doing that. One, you can't have YouTube chat on screen on a Twitch stream. It goes against their TOS. So now they don't often enforce that, but they have on occasion. And I don't want to give them ammunition to take down my stream or something. Now, you could use, a third-party website to try to combine them. However, I have the times that I've tried that, I tried using Restream for that for a bit, and it ended up being really fickle. There was a bunch of problems with it. Muxon's Vlogs did the thing at the end of Arc 2. I don't want to spoil. Do you think we'll stay on Castora or go somewhere completely different? I would imagine we stay on Castora. I would, here, hang on a second. Alright, so, when you, for example, when you click to go to Castora, it goes here. So I'm guessing there's going to be a map there. But, that's how much of the land we've opened up, and that's what we have on our world map right now. YouTube chatters, the invisible gremlins, mwahaha. No, I see you guys. I've seen people do it. The YouTube comments show up here, makes it cluttered. Actually, be the other way around. Twitch are my chatter boxes, so Twitch would clutter the YouTube chat. Michael, Friday streams be the regular assorted variety games. Any plans to do Guild Wars 2 in conjunction with a next charity stream? Friday will be the regular assorted stuff. Yeah. I have taken part in the charity stream before. In... What was it? Hold on a second. I can log into Extra Life and I can find it. Just a second. Okay. So in 2021, we raised 2K. And in 2022, we raised 5K. But since then, it's just been a timing thing. Like you to get signed up for it, you have to go through a bunch of steps. And last couple of years, I've just been like too busy with other stuff to be able to like manage all that. But yeah, and for those that don't know about it, the Guild Wars 2 community, led by ArenaNet themselves, are going to be doing charity streams. They often do them with the Extra Life Foundation near the end of every year. I'm gonna turn my fan on. And that is coming up soon. They've also added some, like, they usually have a pack in-game that if you buy it from the gem store, the money goes to the charity. And, like, the one this year has, like, a little blish with angel wings and stuff. It's really cute. So, yeah, I support it, but just not involved this year. Have you been to the Easter Egg Grotto in Shipwreck Strand? I don't know. I have seen half a dozen grottos in Shipwreck Strand. I don't know if I saw the one that you're talking about. I think the compass just zooms to the middle of Castora as they just have it laid out. We'll see. Yeah, maybe. That might be a nothing burger. Let's see. Eric says coalescence or medium raid armor. Rarely use medium classes. Oh, coalescence then. Mike, I want to ask you too, because why not? What do you think about cross-type armor transmutation? Do you think they would do it? And what do you think about it? I'm just curious in your opinion. No, keep a heavy armor on heavy classes and light on light. Like, there are some stuff. Like, if you play a light armor class and you want to look like you're in heavy armor, there are some options, right? Like, you could use the Royal Guard outfit. You know, like, you could use this on anyone, for example. So, there are some choices, but I think some of the things in the game have gotten too homogenized across the classes. And that would just be one more, and so no, I'm against that. Has anyone brought up the topic about Inquest weaponizing Void in Castora? Like, there are NPCs who carry Void in their name and use Void Orbs. No, I haven't heard it talked about. Was Blish in Guild Wars 1? Not that I know of. Guild Wars 1 did not have that many Asuras. And that was, like, what, 500 years ago or something? I don't know how long Asura's lifespans are, but I'm not sure any that were in Guild Wars 1 are still alive today. Did you donate to Joe Kim's for an in-game chip? No, I didn't know about that. And honestly, I kind of feel like I missed out. Like, I did raise $7,000 for the charity, but I didn't know that I had to do it through Joe to get chip in the game. So, no, I raised it in the wrong way. I did not know that that was an option. Yeah, apparently there's a guy named Joe with ArenaNet, and if you raise money through his link, you can get your pet added into the game somewhere. So, I missed out. $250 years between them. Okay. What's up, Mux? Sup, Vessi? I see what you did there. Anything I should know about going for Vision, Aurora, and Coalescence? I was planning on finishing Season of the Dragons first. Aurora and Vision are both basically soloable. Aurora Season 3, Vision Season 4 maps. Coalescence is from raids, so you'll need to get a raid group together. Now, the raid one, you could do the raid one and one of the others at the same time, right? Because, like, if you join a raid group, they might raid, like, every Monday. And then you just raid every Monday, and then on all the other times that you play during the week, you could work on Aurora or Vision. So if you get like a raid group together, you could multitask, you know, 2 of those projects at the same time. Would you recommend Guardian or Necro for mostly solo? Prefer Greatsword in all content if possible. Probably Necro would be easier, but Guardian would absolutely be doable as well if you like it. He's offering it this year so you can still get chip in game. Well, yeah, but it usually takes like a year turnaround. So, like, they just added in the ones from last year, for example. Hi, Mike. Hi, Shadow. Could also wait for the VOE Lego jewelry to be added. Well, VOE, they're adding, what? They're adding 1 ring and 1 accessory. Now, I would imagine these are going to be unique. Like, you can only have 1 of these on. Like, I am guessing that you will not be able to go for the same accessory 2 times. Or the ring. Now, they could, I would be surprised. But Aurora is unique, Vision is unique, Coalescence is unique. Conflux is not, but there's a whole story behind that. So I'm guessing that these will be unique, and you could only have, like, 1 of them on at a time. Do you think they'll be tradable? No, I do not. I would be surprised. Studious, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Amok, I made legendary, sold it, bought some gems, want to buy a Skyscale skin. I've been checking the store, but it's always the same 2 skins. Do they change? Oh yeah, every Tuesday there is a chance that they update the store with different skins. It's like there's a massive, massive rotation. Yeah. For Conflux, do you need to craft it twice? Yes. If you wish to, yeah. There's a whole reason that, you know, is it story time? Okay, hang on a second. All right, so why are some rings in the game unique? Why are some legendary rings in the game unique and some are not? So Coalescence, you notice at the very bottom of it, it says unique account bound. You cannot make 2 Coalescence legendary rings and wear them both because of the unique part. Conflux does not say unique at the bottom. Why can you wear 2 of the legendary ring Conflux, but not 2 of the other legendary ring Coalescence? And the reason for that is back when those legendaries came out, Coalescence is the one from Raids, Conflux is the one from World v World. They made it with a big fancy graphic. If you check the box here, when you go into combat, a little orb appears over your shoulder, and you can see the Eternal Battlegrounds through the orb, which is really cool. However, lots of people didn't like it. So, what they did is they made a version of the ring called Slumbering Conflux. It was still a legendary ring, it did all the same stuff, but it did not have the orb that was floating above your character. And if you wanted to add the orb, these checkboxes weren't here yet. So what they did is they made it to where you did a recipe where you combined Slumbering Conflux with a few other very cheap items in the Mystic Forge, and it upgraded it to Conflux. So there was Slumbering Conflux and Conflux. Now, the goal for this was to make it so that you could basically choose if you wanted the graphic or didn't want the graphic. And you couldn't go back, though. So if you turn the graphic on, you'd have to open a ticket with ArenaNet to go back if you didn't want it. Well, of course, you know, players are min-maxers. What they did is they're like, oh, Slumbering Conflux is unique, Conflux is unique, but they're 2 separate things. So a bunch of people made Slumbering Conflux, upgraded it to Conflux, then made it again and went up to Slumbering Conflux, and then from only World v World, they made 2 legendary rings, Slumbering and the normal one, and they were each unique, but they were separate. Fast forward to when they added the legendary armory over here on the left, and they started adding stuff to the armory, and Conflux was added to the armory, but Slumbering Conflux was not. They just had 1 ring in there called Conflux. And World v Worlders cried. They whined and they screamed and they babbled and stuff like that. And they were like, yo, I made 2 legendary rings and I can only use 1 now since the armory came out. Which, fair. I mean, they were basically using the system in an unintended way from the beginning. But at that point in time, you know, it had been too long, and Guild Wars 2 let that happen for too long. And it was like, okay, well, a lot of people invested into double legendary World v World rings, and now they just basically lost 1. And so they cried about it, and ArenaNet was like, okay, you know what? Fine, this one's on us. So they removed the unique property from Conflux as a result of the Wave of Tears from that event. So they never wanted any of these to be not unique. They wanted each of these to be like a separate project you earn, not just do the same thing twice. And it's a really good system because it would force players to try game modes at least one time that they were not comfortable with. Like Coalescence is raids, this is World v World, this is PvP, this is Living World, and stuff like that. And it would force you out of your comfort zone, even only briefly, to do that. However, because of the wave of tiers with Conflux, they removed the restriction on that one. And that is why only Conflux, as far as the legendary jewelry goes, is not unique, and you can just make 2 of them if you want. Huh. Okay. Story time over. Alright. The Wave of Tears sounds like another Guild Wars 2 expansion. Yep. Yep. Don't almost all legendaries force you into World v World for Gift of Battle? Weapons do. Not armor. Like, not the armors, not the jewelry. That's typically just weapons. That's the story of why raids are dead. No. Good afternoon, Muck. Hey, Nima. Did he give up the craft lock run? We hit level 80 yesterday on it. But today we got other plans. Alright. How are babies born? Ask your mother. What's your take on why people hate Isgarin so much? I don't know anyone who hates Isgarin. Like, he's not a very likable character, but he's written to be kind of a jerk. Let's see. I actually hate him, hi. Oh, okay. I would say I tolerate Isgarin. Gift of Battle and map comp enjoyers have a tiny overlap in the Venn diagram. Yes. Yep. I want to marry him. He's got lots of hands. Hi, Noxxi. You said you had other plans. I want to do an I tried. I've currently got like 2 weeks worth of work in Noxxi's inbox waiting on Noxxi. Hurry up, Noxxi. So let's add more onto that. So next up is either Luminary or Paragon or Troubadour. It's one of those. I want to do another support. So let's do a poll. Hang on. Let's see. Create a poll. What should we try? Let's see. Luminary, Paragon, or Troubadour. Alright, and these are... Let's see. Okay, share, copy. Alright, here we go. I made a straw poll. Here you go, chat. Click that link, and you guys vote, and I'll do what y'all vote on. And this is support builds. I wanna try support. Does Muck want to flashbang, deafen, or sing? Noises. Dang, that is really even for 60 votes. Isgarin to Asteria's Muck. Problem happens. Isgarin's like, I have a spell for that. I mean, he's currently cursed. He doesn't have a spell for that. Dang. Are y'all trying to make it as even as possible? Like, this is unreal. I cannot remember ever doing a straw poll and seeing this. How about Conduit? I asked just a few minutes ago, and chat said Conduit doesn't provide a lacquer quickness, which means it's not considered a real support in PvE. It would work. It might work in like World v World or something. Hey, Mug, I need guidance and enlightenment. I'm not Buddha. About the mistake I made of leveling up my crafter. So I used Necromancer Light Armor, but instead of leveling up the tailoring, I leveled up Armorsmith, one which is heavy. Am I able to craft heavy armor in my necromancer from my other characters? That's silly. Yes, you can. You can. Like, you got your crafting professions down here. Like, for example, I've gone to this character to get leatherworking to make legendary leather armor for my main ranger. Yeah. This 143 votes, and we almost have a three-way tie. Dude, I'm just gonna have Google pick in a minute. With that hairline, he'll soon be Buddha. Oh, man. I'm hoping I got a couple more years with him. Chad just said yes. If it's tie, play all three. I will play all three. I'm saying, which one do I start with? I can't do all three in one stream. There's not enough time. This is like when I'm like, hey, chat, question. And someone's like, yes. And someone else immediately goes, no. And I'm like, great, thanks for nothing. This is the same thing. Alright. Okay, it's been 3 minutes. Troubadour is in the lead by a hair. I guess we'll do Troubadour. Alright, that was pretty insane. I've never seen you guys do that with the votes before. Seems like chat is voting, have 3 accounts play all at the same time. Yep. Okay. Oh, do I have hero points? I have no hero points. Crap! Do I have World v World stuff? I don't know. I haven't World v Worlded in a while. Join a team. I don't care. Just join a team. You got 10 mails? It's probably birthday stuff. Birthday mails are character specific. They don't show up on other characters. So if I clean my mail and then I log into a character with a bunch of birthdays. Nope, there's actually 5 new mails. But all of these down here. So birthday. A research kit? Birthday, 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 birthday. Alright, and then those 5 I'll clean up on another character. Okay, hang on a second. Oh, did you guys see they made this whole group? Look at the 3rd line. Using this potion in Fractals of the Mist applies the effect to your entire group. That's insane. Omni potion the whole party? Like, you're just throw down like a cauldron of this stuff. So if you've got anyone in your party that earned the old school Omni Potion, the one that was like, that took years, it hits the whole group. If you've not clicked it, do it now. It gives an achievement. Oh. Oh wow, neat. Okay, yeah, okay, done. Sweet. Yeah, so that's really cool. So maybe if you've got that, let your groups know they don't have to waste potions. And you can, like, feel warm and fuzzy about it. It's really neat. Alright, where's these? Put those in the bank. Okay. Alright, Traps and Tricks, Laurel Merchant, Vagline Trader, Culture Trader, World of Visit, Heroic Stonery. Alright. Okay. Don't think I have enough. I have 198 testimonies of heroics. I don't think I have enough. World v World time? Or a hero point train? I really don't want to do a hero point train while I haven't yet figured out how to play it. Okay, you know what? Hang on. I just want to see, does my Guardian or my Warrior already have hero points? Let me see. Do you have skirmish chests? I don't think so, but I can check in a minute. I have 50 on my guard. Alright, let me see the Warrior. It's assigned to do a different class? We'll see. Where's my Warrior? Yellow one's Warrior. Or your Revenant, because Conduit's not that bad of a healer without a lacquer quick. The last time I made videos about healing and restructuring the group so the healer didn't have to provide a lacquer quick, I learned how toxic the raid side of Guild Wars 2 could be. And I really don't want all that in my inbox again. That was why I stopped the Let Me Solo Heal series. Okay, well, shoot. What is this build anyway? Alright, this is nothing. Crap. Alright, so I will have to take one of these into, like, getting some, like, hero points and stuff. Muck's prep time said no. I stream 80 hours a week. I don't got time to prep. You're getting these streams raw. Gordon Ramsay, this stream is raw. All right, let's see. Spend those World v World bucks for hero points. We just covered that. I don't have enough. Hold on a sec. Do I have any skirmish chests? Oh my god, welcome to 1 minute ago. I do have some skirmish chests. Mukluk Twitch Esquire, for some reason, has 2 separate stacks. I don't know why. Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. There's a chance. There's a chance. Which one's Esquire? The Engineer. The Engineer's Esquire. Yay, bag search. Thank you. Okay. There's some. Where was the other one? There. Alright. So... Jade Heroics is hero points, right? I'm 90% sure. 99. Okay. Alright, there we go. Wait, do I, hold on a second, I want to double check something. I know there's a token form that has to be consumed, and then there's a wallet form. I just want to confirm that I didn't have to consume a token. Okay, I didn't see anything else appear here. Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. That character select screen is the stuff of nightmares. That's so rude. You know, they have a music video. Okay, break time. Thirsty. There you go, and that's what they do when you're AFK. Alright, back on the Troubadour. Well, not Troubadour yet, we're getting there. Alright, back to Obsidian Sanctum. Are y'all characters the same mode? There is one sneaky one in there that's different. Mug, are alerts muted? Are alerts muted? What did you try to do something while the dance thing was going? Oh, yeah, while the video was playing, it didn't have that there. There you go. Can't be interrupting the freaking video.
I need my Asura dance emotes.
Asura. Okay. 25 of these. And
an anonymous user has gifted a tier 1 sub to an anonymous user has gifted a tier 1 sub to an anonymous user has gifted a tier 1 sub to an anonymous user has gifted a tier 1 sub to an anonymous user has gifted a tier 1 sub to your bank account.
thank you. It's like a record skipping. Okay. Moving on. I'm a troubadour. There we go. Oh my, Raichi, thank you. Raichi gifting out 20 memberships on the YouTube side of things. Appreciate you. Welcome. Okay, we're done here. Leave World v World. Mike, do you usually stream on Thanksgiving? What part of 2,727 daily streams in the title do you not understand? If you start a sentence with, Muck, do you usually stream on... The answer is yes. The answer is yes. On Thanksgiving, yes. Christmas, yes. On top of my house, maybe. Yes. What do I need to do right now? Let's see. Okay, we gotta go to the testing room. We have to go to the testing room. Through bad odor time? Bad odor. I've been playing on and off since beta, and I just learned a week or so ago that you can unlock a whole spec in one go like that. Yeah. It's useful. Thoughts on the Kit Shark? Weird looking little fella. So we ask if you stream on the toilet, you also say yes? Sir, you will use its proper title. It is the Porcelain Throne. And no, that's for Clash of Claning. Mark, I just got my first legendary, the Prismatic Regalia. Thank you for pointing out the hidden achievement. The reason it didn't show up was because the EOD prologue story step teleports Timey away from Eye of the North. That's weird. Okay. Alright. Troubadour. Okay. Let's see. Let me pull up some builds for this. Let me share. Receive builds. Is that thing done making noises yet? Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Nope, it's still making noises. Where? Just a second. Okay. Okay, so there's no troubadours on Guild Gen yet. Alright, Snowcrows. Alright, so there's Heal Quick Troubadour, Power Quick Troubadour, and Power Troubadour. Alright, Heal Quick Troubadour. Alright, what is happening? Noises! You know how rare it is to have alerts going off in both corners? Exceedingly. Thank you, Bjorn, for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my gosh, we still got Raichi's alerts going off. Appreciate both of you. Thank you. Loud noises, indeed. Indeed. Let's see. I need... What is this? Harrier gear. Alright. And Rune of the Monk. Okay. Okay. Harrier Giver and Mage Eyes jewelry? What the hell? Snowcrows, you crazy. Alright, let's do that. And I'll just change the bottom ones to Giver for a little bit of tankiness. Oh, no, don't check the all box. What was Magi again? Precision, Vitality, Healing Power. Why Precision? Is today a patch day? Not that I know of. Relic of Phoebe. Okay, that's done. What weapon? A rifle. Because nothing says feel better like the power of gun. Let's see, Harrier, Transference, Paralyzation. Okay. There's that. Do need to change the graphic on the gun, though. I'm not a huge fan of that one. All feathery. The healing crossbow? I'm gonna be honest, like, the whole class fantasy of the Mesmer using a rifle, I think it's so stupid. I think it's really dumb. Like, oh man, I wish it worked with like a staff or something. Charzuka. The healing Charzuka. That one. Zafira's rifle. Okay. Alright. Got that equipped. Alright, build. What's the build? Chaos Inspiration Truba. Alright. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. And Mantra of Recovery. Guy getting his head split open. And 3 whatevers. Okay. Alright. Oh, hey, they changed the notes. Chat, this is all because I talked to Darkbringer when I went to Seattle and said everybody hates the note UI. You're welcome, Troubadour mains. I'm doing my part. Alright. It's so ugly now. It's so ugly now? That's rude. He made a note of that? Oh, God. Alright, still gotta figure out these 3. Real quick, let's look at the options here, see what we got. So, this is the Snowcrows build. Metaphysical Rejuvenation, grant regen to allies when you use a healing skill. And we got the mantra. Grant protection to nearby allies when you use Shatter 2. Which is... Wait, what? Isn't that the flutes? Why is there not a prot on the tooltip? Hang on. Okay, so the tooltip of the flute does not update with illusionary defense. Okay. Illusionary membrane, gain chaos aura when you use your second shatter skill. Chaos aura grants you increased condition damage over a period of time. Gaining chaos aura grants regen to nearby allies. Okay, so flute makes a bubble and puts regen on everybody. Okay. And gain stability when you use a shatter. Grant an additional boon to nearby allies based on which shatter is used. Okay, but the stability is self-only, it seems. But if you... Let's see. Crescendo gives everybody stability. Alright, Inspiration. Remove conditions from you and nearby allies when you use a healing skill. Heal allies around you when you use a charge of a mantra. Oh my god. So when we use a mantra, we give regen to nearby allies, we cure conditions from nearby allies, and we heal our nearby allies around us. Grant Aegis to nearby allies whenever you give yourself Distortion or use Shatter Skill 4. So, the harp. But that's only others. Okay, so you get distortion and everyone else gets an Aegis. Alright. And create a clone when you use a healing skill. Increase healing to other allies. Summoning an illusion heals all allies around you. Heal and cleanse conditions from yourself and nearby allies when you use a shatter. Okay. Alright. Troubadour. Instruments. Alright. Tails, heal, and grant prot to nearby allies. That's a Condi thing. That is more CC. Alright. Instruments provide bonuses while playing in the background. Lively Loot and Crescendo grant boons to affected allies. So that is our quickness. Okay. The bonuses from the instruments, like the boost to all stats, does that hit the whole party or is that just you? Like 10% increased healing to others, 10% damage, 10% Condi damage, 4% all stats, 4% all stats, 25% endurance regen, 25% movement speed on the drum. It's only you. Okay. Part of me likes that, part of me dislikes that, and the reason is, like, if this hit the whole party, that would make this one of the most desirable supports, because no one else is increasing the stats of the party like that. Harp's number of targets is 5. Okay, so Harp might increase the whole party's stats by 4%? Or maybe that's just the heal component. Lively Loot and Crescendo grants boons to affected allies. That's the quickness. Gain a note when you use a phantasm. After using Crescendo, gain a note every interval for a duration. Gain increased attributes for each instrument you have playing. Okay. Zai says, I just opened a permanent Trading Post Express contract. Wow! Is the way just to sell it on the TP? You could, yeah. Just know about the fees. So hold on, let me show this. Okay. So let's say you sell this for 3,221, right? Okay. I'm gonna just give you an example here. Okay. Let's say I have a Trading Post contract. Pretend this is a Trading Post contract, and I sell it for 3,221 gold. That's how much money I lose to fees. And so I'm actually going to get 2,737 gold. So I will lose almost 500 gold of that to fees. Okay? You can, if you want, you can just sell it like that. And that's totally fine. Another option is the Overflow Discord, which there is a link to that in the chat right now, where people will trade without using the Trading Post to avoid those fees. So that is worth knowing if you've got, like, a big thing to sell. Okay. Let's see. So, your utility skills and elites are very flexible. You should consider all options. Note that mantras will additionally heal via restorative mantras. Alright. Tale of the August Queen. Jenna says no! Let's see. So that's distortion... and heal, and chaos aura, and prot. Okay, other option is Signet of Humility for the massive CC. Okay. Alright, and then... Mantra of Concentration for Aegis and Stability. And feedback for projectiles. Portal. Mantra of Resolve to cleanse conditions. I think we've already got a ton of condition cleanse. Where's feedback? There's feedback. Swap those two. Okay. Alright. Tale of the Soulkeeper. Rouse allies with the Legend of Almora Soulkeeper, granting offensive boons. Fury, quickness, might, some healing, some prot. Okay. Alright. Is that all the prep? We've got a basic build set up. We got our gear. We got our gun. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Golem spawner, spawn a golem, average, spawn. And so I'm supposed to provide quickness.
Use the console to begin combat testing. If you have any inquiries, come speak to me.
And going to do utility and give myself alacrity, just to pretend I'm grouped with an alac person. And alright, I remember I enjoyed this during the beta. I've already forgotten everything about it, so I need to relearn how to play it. So, let's see. Key concepts. You build notes, in particular, by casting the following skills. Journey, the 2, grants additional regeneration. Okay. Phantasmal Sharpshooter, stuns foes, and has 2 charges. Alright. Okay. And Mantra of Recovery is 2x power return. Yep. It heals and grants regen and grants swiftness. Tale of the Soulkeeper while lively loot is playing. Alright, so that's 1, or F1, and then Soulkeeper, which gives you 2 nodes. Okay. Alright, let me keep reading. Spend notes to play instruments as soon as they are recharged. Spare notes to play lively loot F1 for might and quickness. At least 2 notes for the flute, which is the F2 for protection and vigor. As many notes as necessary to play harmonious harp for healing. Are we saving the drum for CC? I guess so. Cast remaining skills as follows. Crescendo, while as many instruments as possible are active. Crescendo F5 will increase attributes, grant boons, as well as healing and barrier to allies. Inspiring Imagery, your 3 button, grants fury and might, and you should therefore cast it off cooldown. Its sequence skill, Abstraction, instead heals allies for a large amount, cleanses conditions, and blinds foes. Cast only if you need to save allies. Singularity Shot grants barrier and resistance to allies. You can reactivate it to open a portal from its location that will increase the cooldown. Okay. Alright. Okay, so... Hold on, I'm checking something here. So I can use Crescendo, if I know we got a while before a fight, I can use Crescendo just to fully fill up on notes. Alright, and Almora is with the loot. Alright, so... 2, 3, loot, Almora, flute, 2, 5, this thing, and this, and Crescendo. That's a lot of boons. Well, I think I'm keeping all the boons up. I really need to reinstall the boon table thing. It broke on me a long time ago, and I've never bothered to fix it. Feels like I'm having a hard time keeping the harp up the whole time. Not really sure why. I mean, we're doing the job. Alright, let me try turning on a damage field. Try this out. At least 2 notes. So, spare notes, signature, at least 2 notes on the flute. As many notes as necessary to play harmonious harp. Okay. Alright. Adjust environment. Pulsing damage field. Let's start with moderate. Alright. Well, run it on in there. I think we're doing fine so far. Okay. Yeah, moderate's fine. Alright, so let me adjust the environment, turn that off, and then turn it back on extreme. Now, extreme, I've mentioned this before, extreme is completely unrealistic, but it's good to know if you're able to handle that. Okay, so there was a scare at the very beginning, but we seem to be fine now. Alright. Yeah, this isn't too bad. This isn't too bad. This isn't too bad. Okay. So... kinda got the rotation. And let's see, what else we got? So drum... hold on. Someone said, wait, what? Hold on, catching up on chat. Muck, I'll wait on you to do Paragon. Just tried it for the first time to heal. I have no idea what I'm doing. I did it during the beta. So I do have a I tried Paragon during the beta video. I don't remember how to play it, but you can go look at what Past Me was doing if you need to. Let's see. The Drum Guy utility provides Aegis on demand with 2 charges. The Drum Guy utility. Tale of the Honorable Rogue. Yeah, it does a heal, super speed, Aegis, prot. Yeah, so I could do that instead of feedback, unless I were on a fight where I need feedback. Tale of the Valiant Marshal, stability. But this one has stability and has multiple charges. Yeah, that is pretty good. Okay. Alright. I think I get it. So in the end there, I was healing through extreme damage. I was putting out all the boons. I was doing a whopping 2k DPS, so pretty low in DPS. Salad Guy has group stun break. If you have the heart playing, it's a group stun break. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Alright. I love hate that the rifle is so good, you don't even reuse a secondary weapon. Like, you can, but you really don't. Alright, so... yeah. It's alright. It's alright. It's more than alright. It's quite solid. My thought right now, this is just my own personal thought. This is just on the vibe of it. It doesn't feel like I'm playing a bard. Now, I don't really know what that should entail, because I played bard in a few other MMOs, and to me, this feels almost the same as playing other Mesmers. I fill the 3 pink dots, I shatter them. I fill the dots, I shatter them, repeat. But now there's floating instruments that I can barely see. So it's very good. Like, Crescendo's insanely powerful. Like, the kit is solid, but I feel like I'm just playing a Mesmer with a gun, and we're calling it a bard. It doesn't really feel like bard class fantasy. However, we're going to go see if it's good. Which I'm pretty sure it is, but I'm going to go try it out in strikes. Have you turned up the music volume? That helped my bard vibes. Funny thing with that. So the music volume is attached to, I believe, player instrument volume. And player instrument volume is also other player instruments, which if someone walks up to me and plays Baby Shark well enough in-game, I will get a real-life DMCA on my stream. So I had this turned off for ages because of people doing stuff like that. But if it's on the same thing, then... yeah. So... yeah, I can't really do that. Just because streamer. Can't you mute other instruments? I don't think you can even hear other instruments. Okay. Let's go to... Wizard's Portal Tome. Wizard's Tower. Okay. I wish the Troubadour's music didn't overwrite the in-game music. Can't enjoy the in-game music. The Snowcrow's Guide mentioned it in the trait notes, but Troubadour Grandmaster is freely choosable depending on the situation. I'll double check it. Hang on. I'm test something. Yeah. Alright, we can try turning it up a bit. Okay. Let's see. So just for the purposes of this, we'll crank that up. And what else we got? No Jenna said no today. Maybe I'm Bone Skinner. Dude, how's the flute? Don't know yet. Alright, someone said look at your Grandmaster traits. Hang on. So I've got Fortissimo. After using Crescendo, gain a note every interval for a duration. Gain increasing attributes for each instrument you're playing. When you have an instrument above the note threshold, create an after image that plays the instrument after a delay. Altered chord. Crescendo prompts your last played instrument to take the spotlight, augmenting Crescendo's effects. Playing an instrument recharges Crescendo if a note was consumed. So every time you play an instrument, it recharges Crescendo by 2 seconds. That altered chord sounds really neat. Hold on, I want to look at the other trait choices on Snowcrow, see what they say. Notable chaos change. Prismatic understanding with mass and viz can be useful to run past insignificant foes. Notable inspiration changes. Medic's feedback to revive allies quicker, but never on Cairn or Matthias. Wait, where is that? Medic's feedback. Oh, man. It makes me sad that you would lose a substantial healing tool to take the revive tool. Temporal Enchanter paired with Glamour skills for resistance and super speed. Blurred Inscriptions with Signet of Inspiration grants frequent Aegis and boon duration. Boon extension. Blurred Inscriptions with Signet of Inspiration. Where is that? Hold on. That one. Let's see.
Beach, mouse, beach, mouse. Beach, mouse, beach, mouse. Beach, mouse, beach, mouse.
Thanks.
Beach, mouse, beach, mouse.
Appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. Let's see, Signet of Inspiration. Alright, don't really need that. Call and response or altered chord are both useful considerations and might be situationally better than Fortissimo. To account for the lost attributes from Fortissimo, you can simply copy the gear from Healboon Chrono. Okay. Good morning. I'm New 2 players wondering about World v World. Does the map change when someone wins, and what is the benefit of win? It's kind of an endless game mode, Lord Kraus. The map, okay, the most that you could win would be like, okay, let's say you're on the blue team, and you make the entire map blue except for the spawn points for the other two teams. However, once a week, the map resets so that, you know, you don't have a server that just gets boxed into the corner and then they're just there for the next 6 months, right? So once a week, the map resets, and then you know, people get like points and stuff like that, and bragging rights, and you know, treasure chests and the like. But as far as like, you know, getting a win, like it doesn't actually ever pop up and say you won. It's kind of like a leaderboard system. Let's see. Okay, so for anyone who wishes to join me, I want to test this Troubadour spec in strike missions. So I'm gonna go heal quick. Here's the squad join command if anybody wishes to join. Just copy paste that into the game. And let's see what we're able to get. EU? Yes, I am on EU. Hi, Noxxi. Quick heal. I am quick heal. Alright. Let's see. So we need 2 Alack DPS. So Charlatan says I can heal, I can fill. So why I don't see a Charlatan up there. Who is that? Chimeras? Chimeras. Okay, Chimeras, you are Alack DPS now. Let's see. Archemoria says I can fill. Alright, Archemoria, you are Alack DPS. Alright, everyone who's still in group 1, you are pure damage. Alright, let me see what the daily is. Temple of Phoebe, Aetherblade Hideout, and then the IBS 5. Alright. Temple of Phoebe. Mike, do you have to pay gems to swap regions? I don't. Do you get free swaps because you're an ADEP partner? Yeah. I am able to swap between EU and NA for free as long as I don't abuse it, yes. Alright, waiting on folks to come in here. Messing with the drip. Okay. Alright. Putting people into individual groups now. And... oh, ascended food. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I have to do mantras ahead of time. How very strange. Alright, here we go. The music.
Do not look away.
Dude, honestly, this sounds really stupid. Like, it's way too chipper for fighting freaking this big demon. That's better. That's better. If you play Troubadour, you change the background music? Yeah.
Return.
How many age is this? Does that work? Ah, nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna change the music back after if I can. This is like complete. What is that guy doing? Okay. That was something. Alright, so green circles are good. Stack the green circles, please. Oh wait, can you not Aegis that? Okay, so I still have the Aegis that I used. I don't know what happened earlier then. Awesome music for 0.5 seconds. You could AoE distort that? I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to keep the rotation going and watching people run greens away. Didn't in the beta the Troubadour songs, or sorry, the crescendo would extend the duration of the instruments? Or am I misremembering? Man, that was awful. I feel like that just ruined the vibe of it. Like the demonic music was just gone and it was just like a Renaissance fair while fighting this guy. Hey, my guy Chad. Hi, too. Rifle Mechanist is always fun. Thief Short Bow I like. Let's see. Shepsy says, hey, I'm 100% new to the game, loving it. Just want to ask, do I need or have to do the game's base story, or can I jump into the new X-Pack at 80 right away? You can jump into the new X-Pack, but there's really no reason to do that, right? This is not like World of Warcraft, where if you don't go to the newest X-Pack, there's like, you know, all the old stuff is dead. This isn't that. So you can just play it in order and get everything and unlock everything, and there will be people in the zones that you visit, and the stuff at the end will still be waiting for you when you get there. So yeah, you can do that. I would encourage you just to do it in order. Let's see, and Arborstone. I enjoy feeling like a silly little Tom Bombadil in Strikes. Yeah, but Tom Bombadil with a rifle? Aren't you sad that Bram didn't join us this time? So sad. There's bird armor in the store now. Oh, that is very important. Let's take a look. That's horrible. Didn't they have a thing recently where it's like a bird head? Not a fan. Oh, I gotta redo my mantras. Okay.
Wow. You just You just brought everyone, huh? We should finish this now. Spend a few years in the mist. You meet the most fascinating people.
Ooh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, I was hoping by turning down player music that it would play the normal in-game stuff, but it doesn't really.
How did you... I need your power. I need more. Please! I can't lose again.
So only if no instruments playing you hear boss music? Yeah, it seems to be that way.
Ooh, this is going to be fun.
How did you...
There's a lot of small things I could be doing better right now, and I know it. There's many moments where something happens, and a second later I'm like, oh, I could have used X tool there. You know what? I am surprised by how much I am not liking this.
How did you...
It's like I'm playing Troubadour, but I just keep muting the game music. We heard music? Yeah, you heard music because I slipped and the instruments fell off.
We should finish this now.
I'm surprised you thought you'd like it. I think I liked it more during the beta. Now, there are some things that are better, like the UI is cleaner now. I like the UI more. But the actual, like, gameplay, I can't put my finger on it. I need to go back and rewatch my own video from before. But, like, I think Crescendo extended the duration of the instruments, so it was easier to keep everything playing before. And now stuff keeps slipping, and I keep muting the sound.
How did you...
Which seems kind of stupid. Like, it's got the tools for the job. I'm just not having a lot of fun. Alright. Icebird Saga. I actually like the previous notes. The previous notes were fine once you got used to them. However, I talk to a lot of new players and answer a lot of questions. There was a lot of people that were confused by them when they first saw them. So I, for one, was like, you know, I think it would be better to change these so that you didn't just have this wave of confusion as people tried Troubadour for the first time. You trying a new build? Yeah, I'm trying Troubadour. Alright, just gonna go through the IBS 5 right now. Alright, I guess I'll just so that we're not playing in complete silence, I'll turn up the player music. So we can hear my own ditties. Undead question. Ghosts exist. If Joko awakens somebody's body that also had a ghost, would the ghost stay a separate entity from the awakened's body?
You stay put.
I don't know.
Be careful up there. Conditions have gotten worse since Bangar left. You'll have to find another way up.
I'm reminded of a, there was a webcomic I saw once, and in the webcomic, there was a zombie, like a guy died in a zombie apocalypse, and then his ghost comes up. He's like, oh man, I died, and he's looking down at his body, and then the body gets up because it got bit by a zombie, and he's like, oh, are you serious? And the zombie starts like shambling around, and it's like drooling and stuff, and then at one point it trips, and he gets up and his pants have fallen down, so his pants are around his ankles. He's like, oh, come on, man, are you serious? And the ghost is just haunting, like embarrassed, this zombie that is just looking mortifying. So you make me think of that, and I wonder if it would be like that situation.
You're being a distraction.
Did a DPS leave? Yeah, I guess so. Not sure why, but yeah. That seems to be the case. Oh, he was about to do the big hit.
Sounds like that worked out okay.
Okay.
But no change in the storm. If
Let's see. Is Ascended Armor from the Wizard's Vault any good? I'm new to the game and trying to build up a Condi build. Yeah, I mean, Ascended gear is the same no matter like where you get it from. It's just it'll have different graphics. Yeah, Ascended gear is absolutely good. Like, you can get Ascended gear from the Wizard's Vault, from raiding, from strikes, from fractals, from open world luck, World v World, PvP vendors, the crafting. It's up to you where you obtain it. But yeah, it'll fill the role that Ascended gear usually fulfills. You know, hold on. I'm pulling up the wiki. I don't know if it's going to say it on there. No, don't see it. I was pulling up the wiki page for Crescendo to see if it had the changes since, like, pre-launch, but it doesn't. Or there weren't changes. I'm not sure which. I almost forgot to pre-do my thingamabobbers.
All will be preserved, dreamer.
You've met my associate?
Guide the arrows, my claw.
Call it.
My voice. We dream together.
Let's make some noise!
Wow. Having multiple charges of Aegis that I could use back to back for that was pretty crazy. Like, the first and second time he rotated around with the big angry clock hand, I just blocked all of it. It was only there at the very end that my party was starting to take damage. Hey Mug, for new player, what's your advice to begin strikes and raids? Most groups require experience. Freeze Tesso, hello, welcome. First of all, if you're going into any strike or raid, I have guides on all of them. There are links in the chat right now. You can click on any of those, so bookmark them for when you need them. And, like, look at this. 211, Freynir. 234, Whisper. So it took me 20 seconds to explain this strike and what you need to do there. So definitely, it would help you to just watch the video for whatever you are going into, so you already know what to expect. And if you think that you are having trouble finding a group that will let you in, make one. Just make a group and just be honest. Say like, doing strikes, new but watched guides. Something like that. Like people do not mind. They'll still join because more people. There's a lot of people that are like nervous or shy and they don't want to like make a group, but they're fine joining a group that's got new players in it.
Good hunting.
Thanks. Sure. Oh, gotta draw my pictures in the air. Do my Etch-a-Sketch.
Dream with me. It's time.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Stars.
I already see how I could have done that better just in the last few seconds. Toolkit-wise, this is nice. Like, we've got a lot of tools to work with that some other classes only dream about.
You fought so hard, but your long day has ended.
Win some, lose some.
There we go. Okay, cool. All right. Was that Franier? So next up is Whisper. I need to make myself some little notes here. Hang on a second. Open this up. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Hey, Mike, I have a question. Is it normal that a lack druid doesn't last that long, or is it just me? Can you clarify? I mean, practice makes perfect. Are you talking about like just the alacrity uptime, I'm guessing? You can like, yeah, I think each application from a druid is 1 or 2 seconds long, so you have to rapid fire many applications to keep it up. Do I wish it was that way? No, I do not. I think it's silly, but that is the way it is right now. However, if you're able to play it well, you can keep up alacrity with it. But yeah, it's not like, you know, Renegade is hit one button every 30 seconds, and that button gives 30 seconds of alacrity. Druid is like, you're just like throwing it constantly. Let's see. Amok, here's a good video to, if you want to compare old Troubadour. What is this? This is my own video. Friggin' ban. This is my own video. I tried Troubadour. Yeah, okay, the only thing I was trying to remember was I thought I remembered that Crescendo extended the duration of all existing songs. Am I crazy? Does it not, did it never do that? Or did it do that? I don't remember if it did or not. Does the wiki have changes listed? No, it doesn't. Wait, he moused over it. Boon duration increase 3 seconds. That's gone. Was that a trait? Did I change the build? Hold on. Where does it show the build? Okay. Okay, I had this. Harmonious harp distortion lasts longer. Strike damage from nearby enemies is reduced while the harp is playing in the background. No, that's not it. It extends the duration of the buffs. Yeah, it doesn't do that anymore. Did they take that away? Yeah, my build is the same as it was before. But it doesn't do that. The Jenna Elite plays all instruments. No. But just mousing over Crescendo, the tooltip is different from pre-release. In pre-release, the tooltip said extends duration of all the instruments by 3 seconds. Okay. So now that's on Tale of the August Queen. Alright. That's probably part of the reason it feels worse to play.
Now that's a rush.
Yeah, but that's a freaking like 80-second cooldown to extend duration, and it used to be on a 35-second cooldown to extend duration.
No autographs, please. Now that's a rush.
I can't save him. I am but a lowly troubadour. I just play the flute and cry as you die. I play the flute and cry as you die. You haven't seen that meme? Hang on a second. Sorry, thought I was dealing with an educated lot here. Just a moment. What? I had stability. Why did I get knocked back? I still have stability. You're a big fat phony, sir. Okay. Game music is better. Yeah. Okay. What did someone say? They said at what was that? At 2:18, you were moused over something. Hold the note. Okay, so this trait here used to be called Hold the Note, which would extend the duration of boons for nearby allies for 3 seconds. No, that was changed. That's different. That is not what I'm talking about. The songs are not boons. So if you hold on a sec, so I'm gonna do one of these. All right. So see this little pink bar right here? That's the song duration. Before, if I did crescendo, it would reset the song duration. I'm gonna do some random ones here. So you see they're all timing out, but then I hit this and it extends them and resets them. But they moved it from a 35-second cooldown button to a 75-second cooldown button. That's the thing that is bothering me. Hold on a second. I'll show it. Where do I mouse over? There. Oh, hold on a sec. Okay. So just to show it here, okay? So here's in the past. Boon duration increased 3 seconds. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Did it? Hang on. Let me... Hold on. I'm trying to see if I'm wrong. I'm trying to see if I'm wrong here. I need to see when he's, like, beating on the dummy. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go. Okay, right there. Never mind. I'm wrong. So I just did crescendo in the video, and these timers did not get reset. Okay. So I am misremembering. How long is this load screen? I am misremembering. So it was something else. There's some other reason. So there's some cooldown that got longer, or there is some uptime that got shorter for why the instruments keep falling off that's changed since the beta. And I'm not yet sure what it is. Strike mission... Bone Skinner. Harmonize used to get more might and fury. No, I'm not having trouble keeping the boons up. I'm having trouble keeping the instruments up. No, I'm sure it's something I'm doing wrong, but I'm trying to figure out if, like, it's something that changed since the beta, when I last played it, when I had good things to say about it, or if it's, like, if it's something I'm doing wrong, or if something changed and I need to change too. Am I gonna repost my last question? Yes, what's up? Sharknado, thank you for the prime. Kolky, I have to say your name very carefully. Thank you for the sub.
I stayed up all night wondering where the sun went, but then it dawned on me.
Ha. Morning Muck, I wanted to ask if you could advise me on a few ways to obtain ascended weapons. I'm trying to get the dark energy ball. Oh, so Bengor, if you do exclamation gearing in my chat, I have a video. It's a couple years old, but it is still like, it is still almost entirely accurate. That has got a list of ways that you can get, that you can get ascended gear in the game. For example, one is Khalidbolg. You know, you could do that if you fancied it. Yeah, Khalidbolg is it's kind of like a semi-hidden quest that is essentially the epilogue of Heart of Thorns. So you have to finish Heart of Thorns, but afterward it's a quest where you could spend like, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half, and you can get a ascended weapon. It's limited to a few options. I think it's like dagger sword, great sword, scepter, or shield. But if you want one of those, it's a good option.
Easy marks.
Okay. Oh man, what was my healing output on that one? 8,700 HPS and 1,300 barrier per second. Okay. Alright, Strike Group, thank you for entertaining me. Appreciate you guys running with me while I tried this out. I am going to head off to the testing room and talk. Boring stuff. Appreciate you. Alright, hold on. I am way behind on the chat. Let me catch up. I know some story-based Ascended don't count for recycling and getting potentially dark energy balls. Ooh, you're asking if you could get Khalidbolg and then just destroy it? First of all, how dare you? Second of all, I am not sure, is my honest answer to that. I am not sure. Wizard's Vault, yeah, Wizard's Vault is another one. That is an option. But yeah, you can get Ascended stuff from Strike Merchants, from Fractal Merchants, from PvP merchants, from World v World merchants, from crafting, from rare drops, including on like open world bosses, very rare. Some miscellaneous things like the Khalidbolg quest I mentioned a minute ago. That's one for sure. Those are off the top of my head. I'm sure there's others. Okay. Dang, I'm really having trouble putting my finger on what feels different about this, besides the music thing, like the actual audio music, because I enjoyed Troubadour during the beta. It's just I missed having a revive button, because like, you know, Whisper of Jormag, someone went down in the chain. I couldn't do anything. I was like, good luck. Wait, hold on. Hold on a sec. I got a thing. All right. So when that guy was like dead, like he was downstate in the chains, and I was looking at him, this was me, chat. That was all I had for him. So yeah, to the person who was like, "What did you mean playing a flute and crying?" This is what I was talking about. I was just like, "Oh damn, he's dead." Did you read my comment about the build editor? Yes, you said it was still, like, they hadn't changed it, so it still had the old info. Yeah, I did see your comment. Thank you. She's on a bad day, yeah. Yeah, Mahuyo says you cannot salvage Calibog. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Hi there. Use the console to begin combat testing. If you have any inquiries, come speak to me.
Alright. Dialogue. And let's see. Alright. Okay. Adjust self. Add boons. Utility. Alacrity. Muck Troubadour or Paragon is the most easy elite spec to play for a newbie. I haven't revisited Paragon since it released. I mean, the easiest heal spec to play is Healbender. But between the two of those, they're both not bad. One of them is, you know, your resource system is the notes and shatters. And the other one, your resource system is adrenaline and motivation. So maybe Paragon, but it's by a small margin, I would say. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Okay. All right. I'm going to pause the alerts chat, and we're going to jump into this. Here we go. Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here, and today we are doing another episode of I Tried, where I try out something that I am not usually playing, and see if the grass is greener on the other side, how it is, and today's focus is the Troubadour. The Troubadour is the new Bard-like class that was added to the Mesmer and Visions of Eternity, so you will need that expansion if you fancy playing this. It has a few roles. At the time of this recording, there are some guides by other content creators out on it for a power build that provides quickness, and a heal build that provides quickness. I am a support enjoyer. I like feeling like I'm important in the group, so today we tried out the support build that heals and provides quickness to the party. So, really quick, what is the build? We've got full Harrier's armor with Runes the Monk, a Harrier's rifle with transference and paralyzation sigils. Down here, I've got Harriers, except this row here, Givers, to give us a little bit of tankiness. We're in light armor, a bit fragile, and this helped a lot with making us not pop if we miss dodging a red circle or something. This is the build right here. These three are flex slots. All of these can be changed. So, Tale of the August Queen could, for example, be swapped out with Signet of Humility if you want to just have a big CC, or Mass Invis if your group is doing some tricky stuff with Invis. Honorable Rogue is 2 charges of an Aegis and Heal on demand. Very nice. That's for the whole party. You could change this to Feedback if you needed feedback for an encounter, or Portals if you need a portal. Power Break is it's Aegis on the long cast, but the main thing is it's multiple charges. I'm going to charge it right now, one moment. It has multiple charges of stability. So this has multiple charges of stability on demand. This has multiple charges of Aegis on demand. And your healing skill has multiple charges of condition, cleanse, and healing on demand. So very nice kit down here. So how does this thing work? So if I go over to the dummy here, and we start with 3 notes, or say 3 pips, and first off, we want to hit the lively loot with 3 charges. That gives a lot of boons, including quickness to our team. We then want to get at least 2 notes and use the flute. And then, while the lute is playing, you use Tale of the Soul Keeper. It gives bonuses if the lute is playing, and then use the harp. And then we got 3 instruments playing, and then we hit crescendo, which does a big thing. Okay? So, and then that's kind of it on repeat. With 3 notes, you want to hit the lute. With 2 notes or more, hit the flute. And with 3 notes, you hit the harp. I don't know if they changed something during the beta, or since the beta, I should say, but I am having trouble keeping the harp up. Like you saw there, like it was running out right as it finished recharging. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong there. I've just been playing this for the day, but that is a thing. After you've got the instruments up, if you are using Tale of the August Queen, if you see the little pink bars, they're running out, we hit the tail, and boom, they refill again. So Tale of the August Queen does refill the countdown for the instruments, making them reset their... Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the sound. It resets their duration by adding 3 seconds onto them. So, couple of things here. That is the rotation for the shatters, okay? So you want to get 3 pips, 3 notes, and use them for the lute, 2 or more on the flute, 3 if possible for the harp. The drum is optional. You could save it for CC, but remember that whenever you use Crescendo or Tale of the August Queen, you will get bonuses based on how many instruments are out. So if you don't have a CC coming up, you could just kind of waste the drum even with 0 pips and then hit Crescendo just to get the bonuses from the drum while the Crescendo is being activated. In terms of weapon skills, we're basically using the 2 every time it comes off cooldown. It keeps regen on the party and does a heal on demand and a small amount of damage. Also, it summons a note. So, like, I'm going to burn my notes here, so I have no notes, and I'm going to use the 2, and there's a note. 3 is Might and Fury. If you click the 3 again, it explodes and does a big heal. If you don't click it again, it's just Might and Fury. So you choose, if there's an emergency, whether you want to sacrifice boon up time for emergency healing. 4 is 2 charges of a CC. Because it summons a clone, it gives you a note when you click the button, so that can be used to give you a note in a pinch. 5 is a barrier on demand, so you can just use that, and if you double-click the 5, it becomes the thing that people can click on to teleport to you. If you're in a pug, you're almost never going to double-click the 5 because people won't be expecting that. But if you just hit it once, it's a nice barrier on demand. So the 5 does barrier, Crescendo does barrier. Due to our traits and stuff, we have a lot of boons. One of my favorite things about it is just how much happens when you hit your heal skill. You've got multiple charges of mantra recovery. So look, here's 1, and here's 2, and then in 10 seconds I can charge it again and do it 3 more times. So when you hit those buttons, 1, grant regen to nearby allies when you use a healing skill, and then also heals allies around you when you use a charge of your mantra. Your healing skill is a mantra. And 3, remove conditions from you and nearby allies when you use a healing skill. So all of these proc every time you use Mantra of Recovery. That was true for the previous time I played this. That's not a Troubadour thing. That's just a support Mesmer thing. It's a really nice stack of synergy. You're hitting this effectively 3 times per 10 seconds, maybe a little bit more than that. And you are just doing a lot of healing and Condi cleansing around you 3 times per 10 seconds by just hitting this whenever it lights up. And you don't have to hit it as soon as it lights up. You could save it if you want to, but you could just get in the habit of tapping it constantly, and you're going to be pretty successful with that. Tale of the Soul Keeper, as I said, you want to be hitting this button when the lively lute is already playing, because it gives you 2 notes if that is the case, and it helps with your Might, Fury, and Quickness uptime. These are, dependent upon the situation. So Tale of the Honorable Rogue, I liked keeping that because you hit it, it's instant and gives your whole group Aegis, and it holds 2 charges. Power Break is instant and gives your whole group stability, and it holds 2 charges. Tale of the August Queen, you can use to extend the duration of the instruments. and also gives your whole group distortion, making them immune to most forms of damage for 2 seconds. But it can be swapped out. Signet of Humility, classic skill. If you're new to the game, this thing has a reputation as just being one of the hardest hitting CCs in the game. It is a 1 second cast and hits for 600 CC damage. For like my rifle CC skill's 200. So this is just like a 1 second. He just like draws an Etch-a-Sketch in the air, slaps it, and then blam! The other target just gets hit with a huge amount of damage on their break bar. So this one, very well known for that. And mass invisibility would be for probably more experienced groups. You can do some tricky stuff with that, like, you know, go past certain packs of mobs in dungeons, fractals, raids, things like that. Or, you know, invis up to the boss so that he doesn't hit you as you're running in and you can start right in his face. There's a lot of niche situations where it's good. And then, of course, we got portals. You got the portal skills, you know, where you can set a point A and a point B, and people can port between them. Again, useful from the Mesmer class. Also, Thieves and Scourges can do it, and can be used for some experienced group shenanigans there. So, a lot of utility here. There's a toolbox here that most other classes could only dream of. So, in terms of the toolbox, winning. We got some really nice stuff down here, and you can change it based on the situation. Absolutely fantastic. I didn't feel too squishy with 3 pieces of Giver's Gear and the rest Troubadour, the rest Harriers. So survivability was pretty good. Healing output was quite solid as well. Did Bone Skinner, and everybody that didn't just stand in puddles or something lived. So we were looking at the, now, and of course I was not playing it perfectly, but we were looking at the self stats window here for Bone Skinner. Let me see if it still shows it here. There we go. So on Bone Skinner, I was doing 8,700 healing per second and 1,300 barrier per second and a little bit of damage. I will say there are some supports that do decent damage. This is not one of them. This is a support that is focused on heals, boons, and music. There is no brain cells left for damage. It is doing very, very little damage. So that is one thing to know. So, for example, on Whisper of Jormag, when you're put into the little side room and you have to kill your clone to get out of there, that took me a long time. Other people finished their clone and came and helped me kill mine before I got out of there because it took me so long. In retrospect, I maybe should have abandoned trying to damage it and should have just gone for a CC kill on it, because you can CC them as well. But I didn't. You know, it was my first time trying it in there, and so rusty. What else? I'm trying to think if there's anything else to guard here. You might have noticed that I don't have a second weapon, and that's because you really never want to swap away from rifle. You could bring focus if you wanted to pull, or, you know, anything else that's niche for a situation, but you're really going to be staying on rifle the whole time. And I have something to say, but I'll come back to that. I want to go over facts, then I want to go over opinions. Everything so far is essentially how the thing is played. Going into opinions, all right? So this thing had really good healing, and it had low damage, really good boon uptime, and good access to everything else. And you know what? I would be remiss if I did not try this. This is the extreme damage field, okay? So I am going to run in here, and the first few seconds are a little panicky, but after that, we're gonna do all of this, and you can see we are now fine. We are now fine. So yeah, we're doing A-okay here, and you see Harp again. Harp is wearing off before it cools down, which that was troublesome for me. I don't remember it being like that in the beta. I don't know if something changed, but that's how it is right now. Okay, so this is solid. If you enjoy this, this is very good. This checks all the boxes for what a support needs to be great. All right, let's talk about my opinions now. Ooh, yeah, if you don't want those, you can just leave the video now. So, opinion. During the beta, I had a little bit of feedback, and some of the things did get changed. One of them was the Notes UI. It is very simple now. I do think that's better. In this situation, I think clarity and being able to glance down and get the information I need in as few fractions of a second as possible is more important than making this thing look like a proper music sheet. In the beta, there was different types of notes here, and I got asked about it on stream a lot. A lot of people were confused by them, and they changed it to 3 simple notes. And now it is very clear to glance down there and see if they're dark or if they're purple. And I think that that is a improvement. They could maybe sharpen the graphic a little bit, but overall, I think this is an improvement from the old one. The second thing is the music. I mentioned in the past that it didn't feel like playing a bard because you didn't hear any music. And I feel like they tried to fix that, but I think they took it too far in the opposite direction. And I want to explain what I mean here. So I need to leave the instance in order to show this, because this room does not have natural music in the background. So I'm going to go into the aerodrome as fast as it'll load me out there. Okay, does the aerodrome have music? I know Lion's Arch does. Okay, it does. Okay, so there's some music, right? So imagine you're fighting a raid boss, and the raid boss is playing music. Like, we fought in the Temple of Phoebe earlier, and he's got some really spooky music. However, with the new way that they did it, this is what happens. So, as long as there is a single instrument playing, the background music gets turned off. So, if you have a single instrument running, the background music is completely shut off. And your music, though, is controlled now by the player instrument volume slider. Okay? So, let's say I have background music on and I have player instrument volume off. This is what happens. Okay, so, and now it's louder again. So, if you have player instrument volume off, what happens is when you play an instrument, it still nearly mutes the background music, and then it doesn't play your instrument music because you turned that down. Okay? So, in my opinion, the music in Guild Wars 2 is phenomenal. When we did strikes today, and the background music was turned off, it became very apparent how long some of them are, And, some of the boss fights, you're fighting them for like 10 minutes in either total silence or just hearing your lute twang. And it's just like, are we almost done? Like, it killed the vibe. I do think the bard class needs to be able to make music. Great job. They did a good job with that. However, if someone doesn't want to hear that music, it should not be that, like, having the bard music means all the other world music is unavailable to you. And that is how it is currently set up. So currently, if you are playing the Troubadour, you like playing the Troubadour class, but you want to hear the normal in-game music, you cannot. Now, I know that there are going to be some people that see this video, and they're going to be like, Mike, this is a non-issue. It's an issue to me, and so I'm sharing it. But yeah, many people might not care about it. I also think that you should not have it on player instrument volume. Player instrument volume typically is when people run up to you and they play the in-game instruments and they're goofing around. Funny story, I had to mute that slider years ago as a streamer because if someone came up to me and started playing Baby Shark, if they were good enough at it, I would get a DMCA on my stream. Really freaking stupid, but that's how the world works right now. So I have had that off for ages, and it was only because I read patch notes that I knew I needed to turn it back up to hear the Troubadour play. So that's like a whole nother thing. So I do think, Troubadour instruments should be a separate checkbox or something away from player instrument volume, or a separate slider. And if you have Troubadour instruments turned off, and you're playing a Troubadour, let them still hear the natural in-game music, because it's really freaking good, you know? Now, the Troubadour music is fun. It's like a little, what did someone say in my chat earlier? A little Tom Bombadil running through the fight, just having a good old time. But, you know, you do all this, and then, you know, you've got the whole band, and it's pretty fun. It's playful. However, you know, running around and, you know, playing this music while you're fighting, you know, Ceres, it feels very off. But some people will enjoy that. Some people will enjoy acting like a Kinder from the Dragonlance saga, just dancing around and being a goofball while they're like in a life or death situation. That's totally fine. I think a few more settings need to be made available so you can turn things on or off if you wish. That's all I'm saying in regards to the music. As again, if whether you want the music or not for the Troubadour, if you're playing Troubadour, you have lost all the music of the world. And I feel like they would appreciate it. Among all other classes, you would think the Troubadour would appreciate some good music. So it's kind of odd. Okay, I think that's it. That's my thoughts on that. All things said, this was very solid. It had all the boons that people would want, even the ones that they would want less, you know, less often, like vigor and swiftness. It had all of that. It had multiple applications of the stuff you want on demand. You had stacks of Condi Cleanse on demand. You had stacks of Aegis on demand, and you had stacks of Stability on demand with multiple charges of each. Really, really good kit. Not now, Chewy. Later. So this was very solid. It is very good if anyone is interested in playing it, if this seems like your thing. The negative opinions I have are related to the music stuff I've already mentioned, and one more thing that I said during the beta that I'll say again now is if you have played other Mesmers, I do not think this feels any different to play. I don't know if it should, but to me, it's fill pink symbols and then spend it. It's just a builder spender. Fill pink bubbles, spend the pink bubbles. Fill pink bubbles, spend the pink bubbles. You know, whether it's clones or phantasms or virtuoso daggers or musical note shaped, it's fill pink bubbles, spend the bubbles. So my only other experience with Bard classes is EverQuest and EverQuest 2. And in those games, there was this whole mini system involving songs and like twisting music and stuff like that. And so I can't say that this, like, if I were to say this doesn't feel like a Bard, it's because I'm comparing it to my experience with EverQuest and EverQuest 2. So what I will say instead is this feels the same as all the other Mesmer supports to play, with the addition of Crescendo and some really nice utility options down here, in my opinion. But that's it. Super solid, very good at its job if it's something any of you are interested in playing. Definitely going to give credit where credit is due. It is very, very good at what it does. And that's it. That's it. And if you got any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, or if you want to tell me how I did something wrong, that's fine. You know, I tried this for a day. Those are my thoughts. Put it in the comment section down below, and I'll fight you there. One take, chat. There we go. There we go. Done and done. Now I'll put that in the Nox box, and she will finish editing that in 3 weeks, because she's still working on the rebreather guide. Okay. Now Paragon. How about we do Paragon tonight? Because I'm going to be a little pressed for time if we do it now. So for now, what I will do is I will take this character back over to his home on the mountain. No script? No script. Monk, would you ever pick a Mesmer as a main? Or do you enjoy the playstyle of Ranger? Okay, you know, let me finish reading this. Would you enjoy the playstyle of Ranger and Necro playstyle more? If not, what would you want changed that would make your main Mesmer? Revive potential. Hands down. So, Mesmer is really good, okay? And the better the group is, the better the Mesmer looks. The more puggy the group is, the worse the Mesmer looks. Because of revive potential, okay? So, Necromancer has Last Rites, has Ritual of Life, Well of Blood, Lesser Well of Blood, Signet of Undeath. Ranger has Glyph of the Stars, Spirit of Nature, Allies Aid, Search and Rescue. All right, all of these are things that they can do to save that guy. My person, when someone is dying on Mesmer, is this. Muck them, I guess. You know, there's not a lot I can do. There's, what is that one thing? Because it's like false life or something. Like, there's that, but that's not really great. So, Mesmer has great healing potential. Lots of Aegis, lots of stability, some barrier with Troubadour, all the boons. If someone goes downstate, though, hope they weren't important. That's it. So, I like pugging with random folks. Random folks are sometimes bad. I like being able to save them if they were bad, and so that they can get up and try again. And that is where I don't main Mesmer, because it doesn't have a lot of that. That's it. It's that simple. So I like the stuff that gives my allies a second chance. Because I would rather one-shot Bone Skinner with 10 revives than have to do 2 attempts on Bone Skinner, because that takes longer. Medic's feedback is okay. Medic's feedback is right here. So Medic's feedback is if I start reviving an ally and it makes a feedback bubble over them. The feedback bubble does reviving inside it 5% per second for 6 seconds, a total of 30%. Helpful, however, you have to make a major sacrifice to take it. Heal all allies around you whenever you use a mantra. You use a lot of mantras on this class, you will be giving up a substantial amount of healing by taking the Medic's feedback. You have a semi-res skill? Yeah, you have a semi-res skill. So you have 0.5 of a res skill. Ranger has 4. So, yeah, it's there. I'm just saying it's not good. It's not good. So, yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely solid. This is good. I will also, you know, I should have said it in the video. Another thing that I dislike is the class fantasy. Like, if I'm playing this magician, wizard, illusionist thing, yo, I want a magic staff. I want a book in my hand. I want a scepter. A rifle? I wish that there was some sort of magic-looking weapon I could have in my hand while playing this character, and it would let me get more immersed in it. Having a rifle and being an illusionist and being a bard feels like a meme. It's hard to really immerse myself in it. Minstrel focus? Yeah. There is a focus called the Minstrel that looks like a harp. You can't even use it with Troubadour. It's not good. It doesn't work well together. It's weird. Didn't you play Wizard with a Gun? I did, and that whole game was like leaning into like a joke. And you know what? They didn't have a bard class in it. Ellie suffers the same thing at least. Yeah. What's more magical than using a two-handed greatsword as a wand? That is pretty funny, for sure. That is pretty funny. Have Noxxi edit that into the video. It's fine. Again, that's an opinion, right? I try very hard to separate, these are the facts, these are my opinions. And it is an opinion of mine that I want my character to look like he makes sense in the world, right? For example, you know how some characters have like 20 infusions, they look like a light bulb? I would prefer my character just to have some nice looking leather armor. Like Geralt of Rivia. Like that. Not a glowing sword, not a floating set of wings that are hovering behind my back, stuff like that. I like the stuff that just looks more like it makes sense in the world. And I'm down for that. Like, you see, like I'm wearing full edgy armor on this character. It doesn't look like it, right? So I think this is like more my kind of thing. Now this guy's a little edgelord. He's got chains wrapped around him and stuff. But yeah, so if the character in my own head doesn't look like it makes sense, it's hard for me to want to make that character my main. I've got a build question. What's up, Toaster? Been playing through all the expansions in order. I'm up to Heart of Thorns. I'm finding Thief a bit fragile. What are some good builds or specs that could help? Chat, I need your help. I know there is a trait on Thief that gives you a lot of life stealing. It's either a trait or it's a heal skill. And I know it helps tremendously when leveling an open world. Does anybody remember what it is? Hollow Tractor says Invigoration Precision. Hold on. I'm logging onto my thief. I'm going to try to find you a good answer, Toaster. Give me a sec. Says the main ranger using melee weapons. Rangers are called rangers because they protect a range of land. Not because they, like, we have rangers and we have forest rangers and park rangers in real life. Aragorn was a ranger. Legolas was the archer. Anyway, all right. What were we doing? Invigoration Precision. What is that under? It's under Critical Strikes. All right, Critical Strikes. Invigorating Precision. You are healed for a percentage of outgoing critical hit damage. This healing is increased while under the effects of Fury. All right, there we go. So that trait is very helpful while leveling a thief. There's also Signet of Malice, heal when you attack. So you could run both of those and have double life stealing when attacking. Now, let's say you still feel fragile. Maybe change some of your gear. I would guess that you followed a build guide and you might be in full Berserker's gear, which is great. That is top damage. It is also glass cannon. You could change a few pieces of gear out for something like Marauders, and you're lowering your damage but raising your survivability, because you don't do any damage if you die. So, that may help. So that could be something else. Let's see. Absolutely full Berserk, yeah. And again, there's nothing wrong with that, but full Berserker armor has 0 vitality and 0 toughness. So you are as fragile in full Berserker as you could possibly be. Like, the only way to get more fragile is if you stripped. So, if you're in full Berserker and you're dying a lot, you might swap a few pieces of gear out for Marauders or Demolisher or what is it, Celestial, just something that's like half and half damage and something else. Enemy can't hurt you if enemy's dead. Yeah, well, he didn't come to me and say, Muck, I need help, the enemies keep dying. That wasn't what started this conversation. Thanks, sure. Also, Lloyd from YouTube says you can also use Dagger and spam Weapon 3 to be a dodgy boy. So I think that just gives you lots of evading while attacking. Muck, did you try Amalgam Heal? I did. Last Tuesday morning. It's in the Nox box. What did I think about it? It was fine. It was solid. It could do everything, but the problem is when you compare it to other things. Like, Amalgam Heal is Alacrity and healing. Mechanist is Alacrity and Barrier and healing. So it's like, okay, well, what does the Amalgam do that the Mech doesn't? And the only thing I could really find was its stability button had a 10-second shorter cooldown. Hey.
The bun split in two, just so you know.
I'm glad you told me. I wouldn't have noticed. Yeah. Thank you. Chat, I'm going to get a drink really fast. I will be right back. Hang on just a sec. Y'all want anything while I'm up? Okay. Alright, chat. My wife brought me lunch, so we're just gonna talk and munch for a few minutes. Let's see. Number 6, large no lettuce. To be fair, at this point, there's a chance the player doesn't have EOD, but may have VOE. There are more and more expansions to choose from if you can't get all of them. Yeah. I will say, for anyone who hasn't gotten the memo, there is a likelihood with Black Friday coming up that there will be another set of expansion sales. So if you are waiting to get some and you're not like in a rush, maybe in a couple weeks. Luminary next week then? Maybe. Where was the vote y'all did? Dude, it was so close. So yeah, we'll do Paragon or Luminary tonight. And then another one next Tuesday. Do you know when the next sale on Silverfed Salvage-O-Matics will be? No, they don't announce that ahead of time. Best I could offer you is if you go to the wiki page for Silverfed Salvage-O-Matics, you could look at the history for when it's been on sale, and you could use that to try to guess when the next one might be. Gonna shill for you real quick, buying all the X-Packs next week for my second account on standalone clients with your link. Yo, that's a huge help. Thank you, Landon. What's for lunch? I got hot dog. I usually have like a small lunch during stream just to kind of tide me over until the end, and then I usually get like chips or something after the stream to top off. You need to get those hero points? No. We found a bunch of World v World chests on one of my characters, so it's okay. I can put it off. On this guy. Hey man, I'm new to the game, and I've reached the level 30s, and I haven't bought the expansion thing. Should I get the expansion next time, or just play till I reach max level? Hello, Fat Boy 1895. Nice to meet you. Should you get the expansions? I mean, this is like one of my favorite games, and I do think that they're all worth getting. However, the expansions are not going to change your leveling process unless you want to play the Revenant, which was a starting class added in Heart of Thorns. So, if you're not playing the Revenant, and you're playing the game, and you're like, should I get the expansions? What would the expansions do for you? The main thing is they would remove the free-to-play restrictions. So you would have more bag space, I believe, maybe more bank space, more character slots. You could use the trading post with its full functionality without restrictions, things like that. However, if you do not feel like you need to rush to get that done, the Raptor, oh yeah, permanent Raptor mount after level 10. If you don't feel rushed to do that, the expansions, if you get them on sale, like let me give you an example. Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire are usually what, like $30 US? When they're on sale, they're usually like $7.50. They're usually like more than 75% off. So, you know, the oldest two expansions, which are also the largest two, are massively discounted because of their age when the sale hits. Now, the other expansions are usually like 50, 30, and 20% off, with the newer ones being the least marked down. But yeah, unless you really want to get those restrictions removed and you're just patient, you could just wait till a sale hits. Watch your gambling VOD, was fun to watch. Are you still addicted? My gambling VOD? Do you mean when I tried ecto gambling? Yo, that was ages ago. No, I'm not addicted. Alright, so I already got enough of that with the Paragon. I could go ahead and buy the points now, I guess. The complete collection. Oh yeah, true. The complete collection is usually $100, and usually it's on sale for $50. All right. World v World. I'm not addicted, he says on the 27th day of streaming. Well, he's addicted to gambling. Okay. What? Okay. All right. What's your favorite expansion content? It depends on the subject matter. Favorite expansion aesthetically, like how it looks, Heart of Thorns. Favorite expansion in terms of story, Path of Fire Living World Season 4. Favorite expansion in terms of the features that were added, Secrets of the Obscure. Yeah, it depends on which form of like features that we're focusing on. Mounts? Well, every expansion since Heart of Thorns has had something to do with mounts. Favorite map aesthetically? I don't know that I have an answer ready for that one, but I'll say this first map of the Visions of Eternity is very, very pretty. I think they did a great job with this one. Can you get on your skimmer? Yeah. Favorite expansion that added Ritualist? Guild Wars 1 Factions. You thought you had me. You did not. Now, I think VOE is a win so far. They did good with it. However, I think the Ritualist of Guild Wars 1 so far was better. Like Shroud. The Ritualist doesn't need to be tied to Shroud. And I think that that actually was a detriment to it. Muck, what's the scoop on Guild Wars 3? There you go. That link right there has all my insider information. Muck, on the world map, was the group of islands above Cantha always there? What? These? Pretty sure that's from Guild Wars 1 where the menagerie was. This is a map of the battle islands from Guild Wars 1. What do you think? I think that's them. It's been 250 years. They're a little banged up, but I think that's them. You know, there was some PvP there. There was the menagerie where rangers could keep all their different pets and stuff. Is your hot dog sauced? My hot dog is in my stomach now. Mark, do you know if I buy Guild Wars 1, can I get the achievement points of Guild Wars 2 Hall of Monuments? If you're in the standalone client, yes. If you're playing on Steam, no. If you're playing on Epic, I don't know. Do you think Mesmer or Thief should be Ritualist instead, Mr. Streamer? I think Necro is fine as a writ. Here's the thing. Scourge. Scourge works great, and it doesn't have to go into Shroud. They could have done that with Writ, right? The Writ could have been Necro. That's fine. I'm just saying, having to go into Shroud to do that stuff feels silly. I forget sometimes I have this new rebreather until I jump in the water and I see I'm like a fish dude. Too many Shroudless Necromancer specs already? What, 1 out of 4? Nah, I mean, I think the Writ is pretty good, but I feel like it could be so much better if it wasn't shackled to Shroud. What is the skimmer icon you had on the top left of your screen when underwater? I'm pretty sure that was the Mounts and More module. Like, I think I had hit Mount, and I was in combat. So it was saying, you can't mount right now, but I'll do this as soon as you leave combat, so it, like, queued it up. The Drunken Russian spec has Shroud? Yeah. And when they're in it, they go Muda, 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 Muda. The only spec that doesn't go into a Shroud is the, Scourge. How long is the Aqua Breather farm? The legendary, I mean? Couple of days. The main thing was the currencies from the 2 zones. You've got the sap, the chromatic sap, and those blue rocks from the 2nd zone. Getting, what was it, 500 of each of those was very, very time consuming. The unusual coins weren't too bad. I had the unusual coins done by the time, like without trying, while just working on those zone currencies. Technically, Scourge does go into Shroud, it just doesn't have a health bar in the duration of the Shroud. Come on. Look, okay, they have a button with a cast time called Shroud. They don't go into a Shroud. It doesn't change their hotbar. It doesn't replace their hit points. It's just they have a button that has Shroud in the name. Come on. You could do Mirror and Chest Farm for a few days. I did. I did. I did not enjoy it. It's that part's done. Here, hold on a sec. Don't I have a Scourge still? No, I don't. Just a moment. All right, where is it? Scourge. Okay, so this button right here, Desert Shroud. Basically, you hit the button, and then it, like, charges up, and then it does, like, an explosion of, like, barrier and stuff around you. That's what he's talking about. But it doesn't replace your hit points. It doesn't, like, change your hotbar or anything like that. It doesn't behave the way Shroud does for any of the other elite specs. Which Antiquary build are you going to try out when you get to it? I don't know. I'm not looking forward to that one. I'll do it for the sake of completionism. But I don't know. We will see. I think I played the Power Antiquary and also the Condition Damage Antiquary in the beta. And they were both pretty awful at the time. Muck, any idea if Deadeye is a good spec? Yeah, it's good. Now, whether or not you will enjoy it, I don't know. That'll depend on you. But yeah, it's a good spec.
Here I am. Magic. It feels so different here. My feet tingle as I walk across the grass.
Let me see. Sure, I'm doing Amnitas right now. Can't wait for I Tried to become the Rat King. To me, Deadeye is a lot like Core Thief, but better. Pretty solid. Do PP unload as Deadeye? PP unload. Isn't there a pistol unload quickness version of Deadeye? I think I've dabbled in that long ago. It's pretty good. In several years, the event timer will not fit on your screen. We'll just keep shrinking the text so we can't read it.
Raptors with glowing red eyes.
Oh no!
Flames shooting out there.
You've been guzzling grog with the freebooters again, haven't you? Told you not to trust those idiots.
Mike, how far are you in Craft Locked? Last time, which was yesterday, we played Craft Locked. We beat the second part of Claw Island. We hit level 80. We have crafted level 80 armor that was crap quality, and then we crafted level 80 armor that was yellow quality. So that's good. Our rings and our weapon are still like level 50 or so. They're still not great. But we're at a point where I possibly could just go straight to Zaitan. Getting there. It helped a lot when I hit 80 and I unlocked access to the Wizard's Vault, and I was able to use the few Wizard's Vault points I had gotten up to that point, and I got some bag of coins, which gave me a few gold, and at the time I had like 1 gold, so I went from like 1 gold to 10, so that was tremendously helpful for getting materials. I'm like, hi, Gwento. How you doing? Yep, you just need to take a single 3rd tier trait to turn all of your Deadeye's Mark stolen skills into steal time to give quickness and 1200 range. Nice. Are shipments still worth it to buy? With what? You talk about like with volatile magic? If so, yeah, they're one of the 2 options that you can do with that. Let's see. I have a DM. What is this? A new player came into the game, and he saw me, and he was thanking me for making videos. So I'm thanking him for thanking me for making videos. Mug, can you recommend an Alacrity heal build for me? I play mostly Fractals. Scourge, Druid, Mechanist. Those are probably my personal top picks. There are, of course, others. I really like Scourge and Druid because if you're pugging Fractals, they can peel people off the floor. You know, if someone makes a mistake, you can get them back up and just try again without wiping. They're really good at recovery. But there is not really a wrong answer here. It's more of like, what do you enjoy playing? Muck, what do you do about the trinkets, assuming you continue? Because the only trinkets I would say you can craft are the legendary ones. Wait, what? Are you talking about on Craft Locked? So I've got, I think, level like 50 or 55 rings and amulet and accessories right now. So I've crafted up to that point. What are you doing right now? Honestly, just messing around. I accomplished my main goal for the morning stream, and just answering questions and farming cabbages. And sugar pumpkins, apparently. Hey, Monk and chat, as a new player, is there a build guide hub that I can look at to help me with leveling and stuff? For example, WoW has Icy Veins or Wildhead. Yeah, absolutely. So, there's a couple. There's a couple. So, give me just a second here. Alright. This is guildgen.com. There is a ton of builds here. So you can go to Guild Wars 2, go to builds, PvE, leveling builds, open world builds, fractal builds, strike missions, blah, 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 blah. All right? Lot of good stuff on here. Another one is snowcrows.com, which I'm pulling over now. Hold on a sec. I think I am under attack. I think I'm definitely under attack. Ritualist Mojo Go! Just a moment. Okay. Alright, so, Snowcrows. Snowcrows are most known for having raid guides, and there's a whole community of people that operates this website. So, typically, if I go to, let's say, Ranger, and then I go to Condition Damage Druid, let's just click the first one on the list, then this is the most damage a Condition Druid has ever done in this game. You are not going to be able to match this. But if you do what they say, you'll probably be able to get to 75% of that, which is still insane. Maybe. So, these guys are just really, really good math nerds. They're like, oh, if I hit these buttons in this specific order, this makes the most damage possible. So, there's a lot of builds here that you can copy on Snowcrows. Another one that I see someone in the chat talking about is Meta Battle. So, Meta Battle, hang on, ad blocker. Meta Battle, you can go to Meta Battle, metabattle.com, and go to whatever class, whatever game mode. Now, the main thing with Meta Battle is I encourage you to read the replies under a build. So, like, if I go to a build here, and I'm just going to click on one, and go down to the bottom of the guide, read these before you copy a build. Kind of like if you're shopping on Amazon, read the comments section to make sure there's not someone saying this sucks. Because just about anyone can upload stuff to Meta Battle. There is some really good stuff here, but always check the reviews at the bottom before you copy a build. There is also hardstuck.gg, which I've been recommending for years. I do think they haven't done a lot of updates recently, though. Let me double check. So hardstuck.gg is another one. This is run by Mighty T-Box community. However, yeah, I don't see Troubadour or anything in here. However, it looks like they were all last updated almost a year ago at this point. So there is some builds here that are still accurate today, but some of them are outdated. Our recommended build's fine. I'm a noob. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. But I would say, like, I personally, if I am playing a build I don't know, I start with Guild Gen and Snowcrows. That's just a personal preference. So, like, today, I was trying Troubadour. I looked at Guild Gen. They did not have any Troubadour guides yet for what I wanted to play. So, into Snowcrows, found one there, and then that was it. Off to the races. Can we get a YouTube video about this? I'll consider it. Muck, any tips on grinding PvP legendaries? It's faster if you win. Which is, of course, not going to happen 100% of the time. Legitimately, the PvP legendaries, the main thing that slows you down is, like, tickets and stuff, and you get more when you win than when you lose. So, do your best. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a shortcut for those. Good thing I'm old now and have reflexes like a dead cat. Oh, play a bunker build. Bunker builds are really, really tanky. So your whole job is just don't die.
Wayfinder, the Inquest are polluting the area, poisoning the whole gardener's food supply, tainting the water. Stop.
Regarding the PvP thing, make sure you enjoy the playtime. It's not fun. It'll see that longer. Oh, yeah. I remember the first time I farmed a Gift of Battle in World v. World. I didn't want to play World v. World, so it felt like torture the whole time I was there. Let's see. Let's see if anyone's doing this. Just for something to do. Open world suffused obsidian armor morphs when you go into combat. It lights up. It has lights on it. The only armor that really transforms when you go into combat is the PvE legendary raid armor. I mean, hang on, I can show you. Alright, so this is the suffused obsidian legendary armor for heavy. And then if I go into combat, you see the lights and the runes that come on? Also, why is he holding a two-handed sword in a single-handed stance? Titan's grip unlocked, chat? Anyway, the armor, the lights and the runes activate when you go into combat if you have suffused obsidian. And then they fade away when you leave combat. The only armor that transforms... One second. This one. Alright, so this is the legendary armor from raids. When I enter combat... Alright, and then I'll leave combat and watch it. Now that's the heavy, the light, and the medium look different. However, that armor I think is the only one in the game that actually has like a transformation sequence. Apart from new classes, specs, weapons, what new feature would you want to see in future expansions? Okay. I think the next new feature should be in the trading post. There's a field where you could type in code Mukluk at checkout. And I get 50% of all wizard hats. Seriously though, I don't know. For a long time, I said that I wanted like polearms out of the game. They added spears. I would like them to update the spear graphics. So, because like, the animations for spears are mostly one-handed, and it's a two-handed weapon. Would you stop grunting? I'm trying to talk. America... Wait, what? Hang on. Do you have a guide for farming legendary? Yeah, do exclamation legend in the chat. And a webpage will come up that has all the guides I've made for legendary crafting. And then just click on the one you want to work on. Every legend in the game is there, with the exception of the two newest ones, working on those now. There were two that were added like a week ago. Starting VOE, anything I should prioritize or make sure to do first? Yeah, actually. When you get to, what is it, chapter 2? There's a guy, hold on a sec. Okay, I just linked a video called Wavehawk Fundamentals. There will be a point in the story where you meet a guy, I think his name is Pete, and he's like, hey, you should do this collection quest. Do not stall on that. Immediately. Well, like, don't do any more story until you do that collection, or it could bug out, and then you can't progress. So when you get to that guy who's like, hey, you want a skimmer? Even if you don't need a skimmer, do not continue the story until you've done that collection. And there's a guide there if you want it. Aside from that, yeah, you could prioritize hero points, I guess, if you want, if you're like trying to unlock, Gale Shot as soon as possible or something. I don't know.
Stronger together.
They kind of did update the spear graphics. A lot of the new spear skins in the wardrobe are more halberd shaped. My issue with spear stuff, Charmon, and I may have misspoken earlier, was the animations. Like, they look like you're wielding a short spear or a javelin in one hand, and your other hand's free to use a shield, right? But you're not. You have they take up two hands. Like, for example, like, two-handed spear might be like this, you know? But right now, we kind of hold it and we do like that. And I think it looks silly.
Careful not to slip.
GG. That's fair, I guess. I feel like a lot of the animations make sense to start off holding one hand, but I see the appeal of wanting to two-hand it. The main thing that I've heard is that it seems like okay, for any newcomers to the game, spears have existed as an underwater weapon in this game since launch. Spears were only added as a on-land weapon a year ago. And it looks like they just reused a lot of the animations from underwater, where the way that your character is holding it. And again, like, if I... Hang on a second. I'm gonna go to the wardrobe for a sec. Okay. Alright. So, it's like this, right? The characters all hold them like this. And... let me see if I can find an image that's like what I'm talking about. Okay, so here's a few just random image search for spearmen. Okay, the way that they're holding it, it looks like we should have a free hand to use a shield. Right? They're holding it in like a shield plus spear way. But it's like, if it's two-handed, they should be using both hands. It looks cool still. I know it looks cool still. I'm nitpicking, right? This is just an opinion. I'm just nitpicking. I would love to see, it's like, okay, if my other hand's free, let me use a shield with it. If my other hand's not free, show me using my other hand. That's my opinion on the spear animations. A nitpinion, if you will. Yeah, there you go. A nitpinion. No revives on Mukluk skill bar, impossible. I was playing DPS Ritualist. Don't know if anyone here is fighting the anomaly. He might already be dead. What was that don't move the map pop-up? I have my event table set up to where if I click on my map, or sorry, if I click on an event and then I don't touch it, it'll move the map to that event and click on the waypoint for that event. If you want it, it's in the Blish HUD overlay. Here's a webpage with guides on it. But yeah, if you're interested in getting that, it's just a nice little feature here. But you would need, I put the link in the chat. This guide and this one, Never Miss That Event Again. Those two videos could set that up for you if you want it. Let's see, is anyone doing this? Heart of Thorns, Tangled Depths, Scar Lane. Okay, there's a queue for that one. Alright, so that's 167. Alright, do not show me IP 167. Rata 198. Okay. Do not show me IP 198. Nope. Missed 198. Minus 198. New Hawk Taxi 205. Mark, you gonna play the new Kingdom Come 2 DLC? I didn't know they were getting a DLC. What did I join? I joined New Hawk. I need to go this way. You can tell the IP of the server for the maps? Kind of. Exclamation mark IP for a video called EU, please do this. That explains what I was just doing. If I have one thing in this game that's like a tangible change I've made in here, it's that I've gotten most EU players to start doing this. Today I learned you could do that minus IP thing. That's why he makes a point to show it every stream. Dude, every time, there's a few things in games, like every time I do the minus IP thing, every time I like train something, and I like click the last thing and it just trains like the whole thing at once. There's a few other things as well. Oh, like when I move the minimap. Like, there's just a handful of things that literally every single time I do them, someone in the chat's like, what? It's like every time. Yeah, like Little John. Okay. Ow. You can train the whole thing in one click. Yeah, as long as you got enough hero points, yeah. What's another one? Oh, right-clicking on a box in the bottom right corner to open it without it appearing on the screen. That one makes the kids go crazy. I love that with this sword, when you use Gravedigger, it transforms into a scythe for a second. Big fan of that. Can I pull that down from here? It did hit it, but there was no path, so... Do you have full 32 slot bags on any of your characters? My Ranger had full 32 slot bags, but then they just added another bag slot, so he's one short. But I don't know that I'm going to get another one, because chat starts complaining long before I hit 490 slots. So, I never actually get to hit 490 slots. So, I'm not sure if I'm going to bother getting to 530 or whatever it is now. See if I can save this guy. Is that the same dude? Oh my gosh. Oh wow, I got knocked out of Shroud. Stop it! Stop! Oh my god, yo, he's bullying me, chat. I'll use my Jade bot. I haven't used it. Okay. Muk fail at baggies? Nah, you guys are just too whiny about my baggies. Let's see. Code Chill Studio says, "Hi, I'm an FF14 player. I was wondering how is the end game in this game like raids? What's up? Welcome. Is there healers, tanks, and support roles?" So, Code Chill, welcome to the community. This game does have a holy trinity, but it formed a bit differently than most other MMOs. So, let me do some real quick here. All right, so traditional is healer, tank, DPS, right? Guild Wars 2 has healer that provides many boons, aka buffs. All right. A support DPS provides the remaining boons, plus does as much DPS as they can with leftover resources. And then remaining are pure DPS. Now, if you are in a fight that requires a tank, often it's the healer. As crazy as that sounds. So you'll have like a paladin type character up there that's like, taunting the boss and they're emitting healing around them and stuff like that. And then there'll be other people that are DPSing the guy from behind and doing mechanics and things like that. Now, of the raids in this game, there are currently 28 raid bosses, and I think less than 10 of them need a tank. Most of them are kind of like that big bug I was fighting a second ago. It does whatever it wants to do. And if it's coming at you, you gotta get out of the way of it, So it's like people are in charge of avoiding anything that can be avoided, and anything that's unavoidable, that's where the healer comes in. That's basically how it is for us. Most of the bosses are a bit more intelligent, and you can't just taunt them or hold them with an aggro table or whatever. They just do what they want. Good afternoon, Mug. Just wanted to say thanks for making the great content. I started healing Guild Wars 2 because of your Druid video guide back in the day, and I've loved it ever since. Yo, welcome, Wolfgang. That's awesome. Glad you're enjoying it. Low toughness to get aggro. On many of them. So there are some bosses, such as Soulless Horror in Wing 5, that there's this thing that you click on, and whoever interacts with it gets like a rune on them, and they become the tank. She gets pissed at that person because they touched the thing. And so that is just like whoever touches the gizmo. However, there are other bosses where whoever in the raid has the highest toughness stat basically becomes a magnet for the boss, and that's who the boss focuses on in those situations. So it just depends on the encounter that you're doing. And like, if you're in a newish group, so you might have someone that just stacks full toughness. If you're with like a group of professionals, they might just have a DPS that has a single point of toughness so that they know which DPS is going to be tanking, and then they just burn it down. My poor NG found out the hard way that World v World Tower Lords hate people that wear a lot of toughness. I bet you live though, because you were tough, right? So actually, there's no tank role and healer role in a party, right? I mean, well, as I just said, there is a healer, and in the situations where a healer is required, the healer will often do the tanking, but that is a very, very small amount of fights in the game. So usually it is a healer that provides buffs, a DPS that provides the remaining buffs, and then pure DPS everybody else. And usually it's groups of 5. So like in a group of 5, it would just be, you know, this. So healer plus offensive support plus 3 DPS. And if you're in a group of 10, which is a raid or a strike mission, it would just be 2 groups like that. I've been playing Amalgam. Should I just re-roll since I hate kits? No. Okay, so Engineer. Engineer has kits, which allow them to do tons of weapon swapping, right? An average class has 2 weapon sets, right? So right now, I've got a greatsword, and I can swap to 2 small swords, okay? So I'm using 2 weapon sets. An Engineer does not have weapon swap, but has kits. So you should be able to handle at least 1 kit, right? Like just your whatever weapon you got, and then maybe like grenade kit or bomb kit, just like 1. Now, if you wanted to go really hard, you could be juggling your basic weapon, plus a grenade kit, plus a bomb kit, plus a flamethrower kit, plus a mortar kit. Now, though, that's at the point where, like, you know, your fingers are going to fall off. You can pick how far to go in that, right? If you feel like 1 kit is enough, that's fine. Your damage will be slightly lower, but your APM, the amount of buttons you're clicking, will drastically decrease, and it might make it more fun for you. But, yeah, there are builds, like a Mechanist, Engineer, Mechanist, can just sit rifle, not swap to any kits, and still do more damage than most people will in a pug. My flamethrower is my weapon. There you go. F in the chat for them taking away some perma-stability from flamethrower. Rest in peace, Juggernaut. What is your opinion on full Celestial gear? It is great for learning. And what I mean by that is, okay, hold on. For the new players, all right, so I have legendary gear so I can stat swap anytime, all right? This is what Celestial gear looks like, okay? So Berserkers is really high power, precision, ferocity. Celestial has less of those, but they have 67 of everything, okay? So a Celestial geared player has decent damage, they're pretty tanky, they have good healing power on their heal. Their dots are strong. Like, they're everything. They're not great at any one thing, but they're good at everything. Okay? So, if you are starting out and you do not know what you want to play, like, I'm going to try Necro. I didn't like that. I'm going to try Condi Mesmer. I didn't like that. I'm going to try a Power Elementalist. If you just had 1 set of Celestial gear, that is good for trying out everything. And then, once you decide, I love this, this is my main, you can start making like a specialized set of gear. That is advice I give to a lot of players, and I do firmly believe in that. Because imagine, like, I mean, we've all been there, right? We're all gamers. You've been there where it's like, you're like, I'm gonna make a full set of gear to try out this build. And then you do it, you try it, you're like, I don't like this. And then, but changing your gear feels like a chore now, right? And because you're like, I want to try this other thing, but now I got to get a whole nother set of gear to try out that other thing. If you start with a Selly set, you don't have to worry about that. The only thing is that Celestial medium armor is usable by the 3 medium armor classes. So there's light and medium and heavy. Each one's used by 3 classes. But over here, if you've got Celestial jewelry, that's useful for every character, because every character uses the same necklace, rings, etc. But yeah, again, it's good at everything, and I think it is perfect for when people are still trying to figure out what their main is. Also, just to be clear, one time Mighty Teapot did a video where he took a whole raid of people in Celestial gear to raids, and they destroyed everything. It wasn't even close. Like, if anything, it was safer because all the DPS had double the hit points of normal. Like, you can even do serious content with Selly gear, short of maybe the top legendary challenge modes. It's Fifi says, can I even invite your guild? Yeah, if you do !guild in the Twitch or YouTube chat, there's a link with instructions. If you can do that, we can put you in the queue and get you in probably within a week, if not as soon as possible. What class would you suggest for healer? Thanks. Okay, so as weird as this sounds, every single base class can become a healer in our game, including warrior. Think like a drill sergeant screaming at people, walk it off, rub some dirt in it, feel better. But it works. The people are crying, but their health bar is going up. Like, there is healing builds for every single base class in the game. It really just depends on how you want to play. An engineer has like a med kit, and they're like spraying out like bandages and syringes and stuff. A tempest is like a water sprinkler. They're doing like water bending magic. Druid is using like this celestial energy to heal people. Ritualist is using like, rituals and occult stuff to heal people. So it really kind of depends on the playstyle and the flavor that you want to do. Because they all have different strengths and weaknesses. I've been in full Ascended Celestial for several years now. I chose it because I'm lazy and I like to switch up my builds. I also read that full Selly is overall more stats than other stats. Yeah, it's solid for sure. The preferred nomenclature for Druid is they use nature's juice to heal. No. Druids use Druid fluid. It's just like how Catalysts use Ellie Jelly. Write that down, write that down. Do keep in mind that elite specs are locked behind respective expansion, which you might want for a specific build. Mesmer's gaslight you into feeling better? You know how I choose to believe Mesmer's heal people? Is like, the boss takes a swing at someone, and he thinks he hurt them, and then like a second later the wound is gone, because he swung at an illusion and he missed hitting the person in the first place. Like, lore-wise, that would make total sense. That would be right on par for how Mesmers work. Like, if they just constantly are making the boss hit wrong targets. Muck wins the Enshrouded stream so I can get my drops. Banana, do you think the people would like an Enshrouded stream? I mean, it would be like 40 Enshrouded streams, because it's a big game. Quick DPS Rit feels like the best overall build in the game. Great in open world, great in instances. I mean, I'm playing that right now. Yeah, it's great. Can confirm it's not my fault if people second dodging, but I do take the credit if the boss hits illusions. Thoughts on Conduit? I have not tried Conduit since the beta for this expansion. It is on my to-do list. I have heard from other people that play Rev that it is much better than it was. Like, the community, if you just kind of like took the average, the community kind of hated the open beta Conduit. It was like, it just was not good. Now it's apparently much better. Shut up, Charmon. It's apparently much better. That Conduit, like a Revenant can become a healer, like I mentioned earlier for the guy questioning healing stuff, but the Conduit healing does not provide the essential buffs, so I think it's basically just a DPS. But I haven't tried it yet. Each healer class brings something that the others don't have. The healers are balanced, or is there one that says better performance than the others? They each do different things. Like, let me give you some examples, okay? Give me just a second. So, this is a heal build for a ritualist that I've got. If I do, I'm gonna do something here. Let me see, do this guy, okay? And then I'm gonna do this. And, wait. Why did that not render? Was there too many people here? Give me a sec. I want to show you something, but I need to wait 10 seconds on this cooldown. I think I need to do this. Alright. Do. Okay. And then... Bop. Alright, see that bubble? That bubble, for its duration, blocks all enemy projectiles. Think like arrows and bullets. They are all blocked if they hit that bubble. Not every heal class can make a bubble like that. Okay? So think of it that in some situations where you really need that, those other healers that can do that are better. But if they can't do that, then they have to ask, hey, can anyone else in the group block the bullets for this phase? Okay? So that is a strength. Another thing is this skill, Signet of Undeath. Signet of Undeath is a skill where, with a long cooldown, I can resurrect one person at that range. I can basically just point at them, snap my fingers, and get them back up, and get them back into the fight. Some classes have a battle res type ability, others don't. Okay? Another thing, there is a buff called Stability, and I'm gonna give it to myself right here. Stability right here, it looks like a marble column. If you have stability and you get hit by a crowd control, like a knockdown, a freeze, a fear, something where you would lose control of your character, stability counters it. So if something like if fear hits you and you have stability, the fear fails and the stability falls off. It blocks a CC. Almost every support has access to at least one stability with a cooldown for the team. Almost. There are some supports that do not have any stability, and there are some, such as Guardian, that has a stupid amount of stability. Like, Guardian can be like, ha 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 ha, and just throw it out constantly if they're playing like Firebrand. Okay? So, depending on the encounter, a healer that provides a ton of it is great, and but on most encounters, as long as your healer has a little of it, it's fine. So, there are a lot of little things like ability to battle res, ability to provide barrier, how much condition cleanse can they cure, like how often can they cure poison off of you, things like that. Like, these are all in different amounts on characters. As an example, the Scourge, which is a type of necromancer, has some of the highest amount of condition cleanse in the game. So if your party is getting hit with bleed and poison and chill and burning, the Scourge is curing it like every 2 seconds while they're in the party. Whereas another healer might have to wait on a cooldown to do that and then have to wait again. So Scourge is really good in fights where there's just copious amounts of conditions hitting the party. But yeah, there's like, if you ask about any specific healer, we could probably tell you, oh, they do this really good, they do this kind of good, they're kind of bad at this, you know, there's strengths and weaknesses to a lot of them. New one for Guardian is Alack Luminary. It's a lot easier and it's very good. Yeah, the last two supports I haven't tried yet are the Alack Luminary, tried yet since the launch of the expansion. I tried them all in the beta. The Luminary and the Paragon, and I'll do one of those tonight when we come back for the evening stream. Muk, what are your thoughts on priority and order for acquiring legendary weapons, trinkets, armors, runes, sigils, and relics? Okay. Hold on. I'm going to do exclamation legend in the chat, which is going to pull up all the legendary guides. Okay. Right this second, the easiest legendary in the game to get is Acacia, which is this legendary gauntlets. You get this by simply doing, like, a bunch of fractals, okay? The guide is here, but this is, like, it's free. Like, you do not craft this. It is a achievement reward. So you are making money while you work on this, okay? This is the easiest one in the game to get. Now, when you get it, you got to choose. Do you want the light armor, the medium, or the heavy version of the legendary gloves? So it won't give you all 3, but you choose one. But still, it's basically a freebie. It's just time. The second easiest one in the game to get is the right here. The thumbnail says the only free legendary. It was at the time. Now it is one of 2 with those gloves. The Prismatic Champion's Regalia. This is an amulet, which means it will work on every single character you have. The light, the medium, the heavies, whatever, all of them. This one is a reward for doing a ton of achievements for Season of the Dragons, which was the Living World stuff. So you do all the achievements, and then they just give you the amulet, and they give you a 32-slot bag and a bunch of other good stuff as well. So if I were on a new account, and I was doing like a, trying to 0 to hero or something, I would get the gloves first, and the amulet second, and then at that point, I will have been making money while working on those 2 projects, and then I can use those resources for any other thing, for something else. If you have Janthier, the Klob Jarni Legendary Spear, if you are enjoying using any builds that involve Spear, is very easy to make. I made 4 of them and gave one away and sold 2. It's very easy to make. Let's see. Coach Hill says, understood, last one. I'm having fun with Firebrand, but I don't know if I made a great choice. What are your experiences with Firebrand support? Thank you, guys. So, Firebrand, Coach Hill. Firebrand, for about 5 years in Guild Wars 2, this is in the past, I'm talking about the past right now, was the undisputed champion of support. To the point where many people, if you were not playing a Firebrand, they might hesitate to join your group. Which sucked, because I enjoyed playing Druid at the time. For a very long time, I told you about that stability boon. Firebrand has the most stability in the game. And many other supports had 0. Now, if Firebrand was here and everyone else was here, they never really nerfed Firebrand. They just buffed the others up to maybe here. Firebrand is still really freaking good. The only challenge with it is learning all of its buttons. Firebrand essentially has 3 tomes, 3 books on their F1, F2, and F3. So you've got your weapon, you swap, you got another weapon, then you hit F1, you got a book, you hit F2, you got a book, you hit F3, you got a book. So you've got 5 weapons, which gives you an insane amount of utility. Like, in those books, there is stability, there is resistance, there is reflect all projectiles back to the enemy. Yeah, there's like domes of protection, there's healing, there's burning, there's all kinds of stuff. So Firebrand, if you are not overwhelmed by the number of buttons there, it's really freaking good, even today. Like, it went from godly to maybe just a little better than everybody else. Yeah, there's been a running joke that Guardian, the blue class, is ArenaNet's favorite child, and so it can do no wrong, and Firebrand went completely uncontested for a long time, and it's still quite good. It is still very good. It's easy to kill. So it is worth mentioning that Guardian has the lowest base hit points, I think tied with Elementalist, in the game. Like, if you took a bunch of characters that had no gear, Guardian is tied for the least. However, it has the largest amount of active protection abilities. Guardian has a lot of buttons that makes the group stop taking damage. And as long as you're not like AFK, you can be a stellar support with Guardian. GW2uesday says, did Heal Thief get any quality of life with this expansion? The new Thief build is the Antiquary, which is a damage dealer. It's not a Heal Thief. So I'm leaning toward no. I mean, Heal Thief is Heal Spectre. Heal Spectre is already really solid. I don't know that it really needed anything major, but no, I don't think it really got anything. But chat can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Because like last expansion, for example, they added there was like the legendary spears. And then Soto added Weapon Master training and expanded weapon proficiencies, which changed a lot of builds for a lot of people. But this one really just, for features, there's like the new Homestead, the new Legendaries, and the new Elite specs. So the new spec for Thief is Antiquary, which does not have a support build. It's just a damage one. I wish I had a monk class, so I'd take a good greatsword class. Let's see. Chrono has more stability. I think Hollow Tractor answered this before I could. He says, Hollowed Ground, Stand Your Ground, Elite Mantra with 3 charges, Tome 5, the F3. Yeah. Chrono, I think, might have the second most amount of stability in the game. But the difference between Chrono and Firebrand, it's not even close. It's not even close. Now, Chrono, like, for example, I really like playing my Druid. Druid has access to 2 forms of stability. One of them involves basically using your revival skill on the party, and if no one needs to revive, it gives stability. And the other is with a glyph, and the glyph has like a 20 or 30 second recharge. So it's 1 stability on a 20 or 30 second recharge. And that's enough for most encounters in the game. But Guardian can just, just really throw it out there. Tempest is similar to Druid. Tempest and Druid both were given a kind of a pity stability. For years after not having any. So Tempest and Druid both have access to a small amount. And then there's some healers, like Untamed has 0. Untamed does not have stability at all. And then you've got like, Firebrand, which has a ton, and Chrono, which has a nice amount, but less than Guardian for sure. Stab uptime is kind of irrelevant anyway. I mean, the important thing is, like, do you have enough of it? Like, let me give you an example. Let's pretend you're fighting a boss, and the boss does like a shockwave, and it knocks the whole group down every 20 seconds. You want to have someone in the party that can give the group stability every 20 seconds or less. Right? It's that simple. So in that situation, a Mechanist, which can only do 1 stability with the ability Crisis Zone every 30 seconds, is not good enough. It's that simple. Now, do you need 7 sources of stability like Guardian? No. I can only think of a few places where that's really useful. Example, Nightmare Fractal, Final Boss, Last Phase. You guys are getting hit with knockdown after knockdown after knockdown after knockdown. And it's just from 10% of the boss's health to 0. But if you can have someone just spray out a stupid amount of stability, and then the DPS are not getting knocked down, and they can just burn the boss from 10 to 0 really fast, it's so much easier, right? But there's not to be fair, there's not a ton of fights in the game where you really need that. But it is worth telling new players it is an advantage of that class, right? It is something that class is very good at. Hey Muck, I'm just wondering, I've started playing a Daredevil a few weeks ago, and I'm enjoying it, but every tier list I see always complains that Daredevil is one of the lower elite specs, along with quite some other thief specs. Are they just unwanted, or what's going on? Hey Toothy, what's up? Alright, so Toothy, first of all, if you are looking at, like, I don't know what you're looking at, maybe benchmarks or something? Like, hang on, so when you say tier list, the only one I ever really glance at sometimes is Snowcrow's benchmarks. Now, we just had a new expansion come out, right? So there are things that are like overpowered right now. But if I look at Daredevil, the top Daredevil build is a condition damage Daredevil, and it's currently doing, in the hands of the best Daredevil player in the world, he's able to get 46,000 DPS on it, which puts him in slot number 29. There are 153 slots. It ain't bad. That is not bad. I would say if you enjoy playing this and you're good at it, it is absolutely above average right now, and it is keeping up with most builds. And if you can play it decently, you will outperform most people you pug with. But as always, guys, it's a game, and the most important thing is, are you having fun playing Daredevil? And if you are, keep at it. It's not a dead class. Tell the Unga Bunga DPS to jump the shockwave. But jumping is a DPS loss, Null Angel. You know that. Let's see. If you can get 90% of what that website says, you'll be top DPS in every pug. Oh, for sure. Like, I myself can get maybe 75% on a good day. And I'm not the best player. I'm decent, but yeah, the benchmarks on that website is basically like under perfect conditions, which is not reasonable, but it's useful for comparing Class A to Class B. I take Noxxi's side, tell the DPS to bring their own might. Let's see. Would you recommend the new players hopping into the game right now to use Snow Crows for builds? No. So, okay. Well, let me clarify. I would recommend that they just play the game, explore the world, level to 80, just doing whatever, and as they're leveling, they're unlocking skills, right? Unlock a skill, try it out. Unlock a skill, try it out. Unlock a skill, try it out. My hope would be that by the time they hit level 80, they can choose like, oh, you know what? I really like axe, or oh, I really like longbow. You know, they're starting to find things they enjoy. And then you could be like, oh, okay, well, if you really like ranger longbow, you like power builds. Let me recommend you some, and you know, stuff like that. So I don't mind that they try, you know, that they copy builds. Like, I copied a Troubadour build today. I don't know how to play Mesmer fluently, so I copied someone else, and then I'll make tweaks if I want to make tweaks to it. However, I feel like they should spend some time, you know, trying out these skills, because if you just copy a build, like if I get a Mesmer, and I boost it to 80, and I copy a build, and the build uses 3 of these buttons, and then I just never read what the other buttons do, that is seriously hindering yourself. It is very nice to know what other thing... This is your toolbox, guys. It is very nice to know, like, if I'm on my Necro, and I'm on a group, and we wipe on Whisper of Jormag, I could be like, hey, I'll swap in Summon Fleshworm to get rid of that one bullet hell mechanic, just don't stand close to him, I'll handle that one on the next attempt. You know, it is very nice to know what other things are in your toolbox. Not just copy a build and then it'd be, you know, completely incapable of making any tweaks to it. Because, again, for the new players, it is very common in Guild Wars 2, if you're in a group and you wipe on a boss, you might tweak your build. You might be like, you know what, I'm going to do this on this attempt. You know, you might change a trait. You might change a utility skill. You might be like, oh, we don't have enough condition cleanse. I'm going to bring a different skill to give us more condition cleanse. You know, stuff like that. Like, because respecs in our game are free, in between, like, wipes on a boss, you can make some small changes. So you definitely want to be able to know how to play more than just the one build. But it's a good starting point, right? It's a good starting point. The reason I add all of these other little bits of information is I've seen too many people that copy a build, and they're capable of playing that one build, but they can't deviate from it at all. Do you mind retelling most of what you said? Yes. I do mind. However, you can rewind the stream and watch it if you want. I've already forgotten what I said. Here, hang on a sec. Here's the link to me being live on YouTube right now, which has the rewind button if you want it. Let's see. All signets are right, easy GG. Mug, is it worth leveling my Tailor the last 100 points so I don't have to pay Lear 10 ectos per piece to craft my legendary light armor? Talnov, here's how I would answer that. I would go to Guild Wars GW2crafts.net and plug in your API key and tell it you want to level tailoring from 400 to 500. It will scan your account and tell you exactly how much that will cost you to the copper to do that. And then you just follow this checklist and you just do this in order, and you'll get to skill 500. And you can just look and say, oh, is that cheaper than the Ectos? So, I don't know the answer, but that's where you can get the answer. Wrap it up, buddy, cutting into a shroud of time. Banned banana. Banned banana. Don't blame me for not wanting to restate what you said. I missed it during the ad, but I just find my friends, and I'm guessing many other players, like the direction a build site gives them. Right, so, Red, like I said, that right there in the chat is a link to the VOD of what we are... of this stream, and you can just click that link and rewind a minute to hear it again. I still don't know how to use Ritualist and the 3 Tickle Ghosts. The 2 Tickle Ghosts. Muck, I sent you a gift. You sent me a gift. Hang on a second. You received a gift. Bag slot. Why? Bro, thank you. I have like 500 backspace although on my Ranger. I'm guessing you want me to put this on my Ranger. Okay, I'll put that on my Ranger. What is all this stuff? For the giveaway vault. Oh my god. Oh dang, there's a lot of crazy stuff in here. Okay, hold on a sec. Okay, this guy's just like spamming me with small items. I think he's trolling me. I don't know, or he's new and he thinks he's actually helping. Can you inspect the pink char? He's ready for the beach. This is where he's off at this. That's bright, yeah. I'll mouse over each thing, and then you can rewind if you want it. They got invisible slippers? Apparently, yeah. Which, those are worth a few thousand gold last I checked. Okay. Let's see. Thanks for answering questions. You're very welcome. I'm trying to catch up, because it is about the time I normally end the morning stream. I'm trying to catch up on questions and make sure I got everything. Don't enable Lear's ecto addiction. Any money paid to Lear is wasted. I agree with this for the most part. Me and my friends are probably many players, so I just like to have direction. There's so much to learn that taking one thing out of the equation at the start helps. Conversation about tab. Okay. I think we're caught up. I think we're good. Can you explain the meaning of life in full with details? 42. Alright, I think we're good. I think we are good. Yeah, so like I said, if there was an ad break, I'm sorry about that. If you missed anything, the link to the VOD for our current stream is right there, and you can rewind it, pause it as much as you want. I think I tackled every question. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys had fun. I'll be back in about 5 hours for the evening stream tonight, where I will be trying either Paragon support or Luminary support to see what I think about it. As always, please hit the follow button here on Twitch, subscribe if you're on YouTube. Here's links to my 2 YouTube channels if you're not already subbed to those. And a special thank you to our patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I could not do this without them. And there is a link to that in the chat if you are interested. Shilling complete. Let me find someone in the Guild Wars 2 section to raid. Let me see who is live right now. Let's see. Maddie's live. I think I got Maddie yesterday, didn't I? So I could get Aurora. Oh my gosh, there's so many new faces in here. There's a ton of new faces in here. Should we meet someone new? Aurora's awesome, but I did raid her last week. Let me spread it around. Who's this guy? Guild Wars 2 vet starts over. Okay, I like this guy's beard, chat. And it says talks to chat, new players welcome. Okay, let me see.
And then ping somebody to invite you. If not, I'll invite you later.
Okay, I'll try this. All right, chat. Use your raid emote. We're gonna blow up his chat. Use your raid emote. I'll see you over there. And once again, I'll be back to now. Wait, what is he doing? No! He has no idea what he just did. He has no idea what he just did. Look at it. Stream is ending. Dang it. Dang it. It was the opportunity of a lifetime. He missed it. Oh, I was there for the beard. If I had been a minute sooner, then he would be like, crap, do I really need to do that today? What about Rozzy? Who's Rozzy? R-O-Z-I. Learning Willbender PvP. Sure, I don't know them. Someone new, low viewer count. I just tried that, they left, they ran away.
When Guild Wars came out.
Alright. I don't know this person, chat. I'm gonna say hi, prepare your raid emotes, blah, 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 blah. I'll see you over there, and I'll be back tonight. Alright. There.
Weapons technician. We worked and maintained the jets to pilot through. What? That's insane. Oh my god. Mukluk. Hello, guys.